control. Uplift the theme, write the dream. Systems tight and lightning clean. Test, release, repeat, improve. Tech so strong, we always groove. Hands up high for every dev. Writing scripts from the crowd to the rest. From idea to launch, we make it loud. AI plus cloud, we make Ghana proud. Build it safe, we build it strong. AI and clouds, we move along. Code so clean, the future's near. Scaling dreams, no doubt, no fear. Click deploy, we on the rise. Innovation in our eyes. Security locked, we never sleep. Scaling heights, we're running deep. Safe, secure, scalable, that's how we go. Fast with the flow, powered by the code. Cloud in the sky, eye in the soul. We build the future, we in control. Uplift the team, write the dream. Systems tight and lightning clean. Test, release, repeat, improve. Tech so strong, we always groove. Hands up high for every dev. Writing scripts from the crowd to the rest. From idea to launch, we make it loud. AI plus cloud, we make Ghana proud. Oh.
Okay.
We build it Ghana proud. We make Ghana proud.
All right. You're warmly welcome once again to another DevFest Accra. We are so happy that you made it to another edition of the virtual live. That is day one of DevFest Accra. My name is Akwele Abna Okai, Partnerships Associate at GDG Accra and Women Tech Makers Ambassador. And today I'm really excited to once again host you for the DevFest Accra live session. And it's exactly 4 p.m. GMT here in Accra, Ghana. And it's all about building safe, secure, scalable solutions with AI and cloud. So if you are here joining us, I want us to get busy on X, on Instagram, on LinkedIn. Let's tell our friends that DevFest Accra has started. The 15th year anniversary of DevFest Accra has begun. So let's get busy. If you are here, let me hear it in the chat. Let me hear it in the chat. Let's show some emoji, show some love. Where are you joining us from? Let's just make this quick and sweet. So yeah, let's share it with our friends. Let's tell them that DevFest Accra is live. The 15th year anniversary is live. Let's do this. Let's do this once again. I see your comments. Okay. Kumasi in the building, Accra in the building, Selma, Cape Coast, Dansoman. Wow. Let's do this. Let's do this. Wow. The love is so amazing on YouTube. Thank you all very much for joining us. Okay, so as you know, it's a power-packed session for tonight, and we just want to make sure that you have a feel of next week's in-person DevFest Accra. As you know, DevFest Accra this year as well is both live and in person, and we are so happy that you could join us. So while that is ongoing, I want us to recognize the people who are going to join us for today. We have a mixture of Googlers, the GDEs, we have GDEs from Android Cloud, and then we also have our partners. We have Clever, we have MEST Africa, we have Fata School, and we have Clever, Fata School, MEST Africa. All these are our partners and our sponsors for DevFest Accra. We just want to acknowledge you for making this possible. We have Amali Tech and Google for Developers. And we also have the partners, Prinex, Women Tech Makers Accra, Nita Icon, and Cat Loft. We have Morella Designs, Deduce Photography, Beaver AI, Flatter Ghana, Credo, Studentpreneur Africa Network, and so many of them. Wow, this year's is incredible. We have a lot of sponsors and partners. Thank you all very much for making sure that DevFest Accra is possible. And as you know, this live session is just a precedent to the in-person session happening at ISA next week. next week, exactly next week. So for this virtual conference, these are the speakers. For the sessions, we have Ania D. Carlos, Jume, Ibrahim, Dr. Chichi, Elvis, Kwabna, Iro Inkechi, Shadrach, Udesh, Mustafa, and myself, Akwili. We are here to make sure that you really get into the groove of DevFest Accra on the theme building safe, secure, and scalable solutions with AI and cloud. And let's just I'm seeing the comments. Wow, there are just so many of them. Thank you very much for interacting. Dakuman is also here. Thank you very much. So let's move on to the conversation. So the order of presentations, we are going to have the keynote session, which is going to be done by myself and Shadrach. We'll have a session on building inclusive AI experiences with sign language and Gen AI by Carlos. We are going to be having conversations on AI agents, the new frontier for LLMs. We have building autonomous AI using Google Cloud. We have human-centered leadership, building an AI-ready culture where people and technology can thrive. We have Beyond Code, building the mindset and attitude for career excellence in tech. We have the power of micro interactions in web UX. We have from curiosity to clarity, demystifying data for everyday impact. We have building an AI app to accelerate learning and just so much more. So prepare yourself. It's going to be, like I said, it's a packed session, and all this is geared towards us really learning more about what it means to build solutions that are safe, secure, scalable using AI and cloud. And at this juncture, I also want to acknowledge the fact that this is the 15th year anniversary of GDG Accra. 15 years, wow. We are in 2025. That means we started off in 2010. And I believe the pioneers are all so excited. We will have a whole session at the in-person DevFest Accra just dedicated towards talking about the history of GDG Accra, from the founders, from the community, and how far we have grown to become the biggest developer community, biggest developer tech community in Ghana. So if you want to be a part of us, you have the QR code on your screen. Just take a quick scan and you'll find access to everything about GDG Accra. You find access to our socials. And as you know, we launched our website for DevFest Accra, which is so beautiful. For those who have seen it on our socials, I know you can admit that this website is one of a kind. And so be a part of us. Scan the QR code on your screen and yes, join our WhatsApp groups, join our Google community as well. Okay, at this point in time, I'm going to dive deep into the keynote session, where I will talk about the theme building safe, secure, and scalable solutions with AI and cloud. Thank you all so much for joining. So I'm going to share my screen and we will just pick it up from there. Okay. All right. So all right. So building safe, secure, and scalable solutions with AI and cloud. Now, before I get into the conversation, I want to talk about how AI and cloud solutions are the talk of town recently. Now, they are not just fancy terms, they are a part of our everyday lives here in Ghana. They affect the way we move, the way we save, the way we pay, even the way we eat. You understand? So, when you think about AI in action, you can think about mobile money, fraud detection, anticipating data threats, and curbing all the threats. When you think about cloud, you have platforms and apps that you can access from everywhere in the world, which includes Google's Workspace solutions and telemedicine app, where the doctors can connect patients across regions and all that. All these are solutions built on cloud. Now, when we talk about impact at scale, we are talking about tools that enable these solutions or these platforms to to be able to have impact in our everyday life. So let's talk about security. Now, security is going to be the new customer experience because AI, as you know, has hallucinations. And because of that, we want to make sure that solutions that are built on the cloud or built using artificial intelligence are secure for the customers. If your AI gives dangerous advice, your customers can easily move to a different solution, which leads me to this conversation of innovation. A lot of us want to innovate at the speed of AI, but we are afraid that the security and complexity of the artificial intelligence solutions can make us lose everything, including our data. And this is why this conversation is important. Now, did you know that 60% of AI cloud projects fail due to trust issues? We have a lot of developers and builders shipping products every now and then, but they don't see the light of day because of trust issues. Now, trust translates to revenue. If your app is not able to build on trust, users will abandon it within 48 hours. That's what research says. A bag isn't a bag when someone's salary is not coming through. And you and me understand this. So this is why trust, this is why building safe, secure, scalable solutions in AI and cloud are relevant for us today. And so the most valuable currency between your brand and your customer is trust. If your customers don't trust you, your brand image would fail. And this is why the conversation of trust is very important. Now, I want us to talk about trust in this framework, the trust framework. How can you build AI and cloud solutions that are safe, secure, scalable using the trust framework? Let's talk about the T, transparency. Let's talk about the fact that you are collecting different aspects of data for your AI solutions. We have to remove that black box problem where the consumer doesn't know what the data you are taking from the consumer is going to do. For an app like mobility, taking you from one place to another, that's asking you to give up some data about maybe where you were born, you wouldn't be comfortable. You want the platforms that you use to be transparent, to tell you where every data that they are taking from you is going to do, what it's going to do for you, and how it's going to affect you. So making transparent the decisions that you make in your AI and cloud solutions are one way to ensure that your customers trust you. So when your AI recommends a loan or delivers a highly personalized offer, your customer needs to know why. Reliability, that's the R. Reliability is the core promise of the cloud, the ability to move from one place to another and still have access to cloud solutions. But if your systems can't handle 10x the data you processed last month without crashing, how reliable are your solutions? And this is also a cause of insecurity for customers. And this is something that we should take note of. The U stands for user control. User control means empowering your users with clear jurisdiction over their data, which is also linked to transparency. So whatever decision you are making, you have to make sure that your user feels empowered. And this builds trust as well. The S stands for safety. Safety is your brand insurance. In this day and age, an unsafe model is a brand killer. If your AI is still based on data that is biased, then your customers cannot trust you. And if your AI is always generating harmful outcomes, your customers cannot trust you. And this is very important in building scalable solutions, because if your customers here in Ghana cannot trust you, how about customers who are in regions that have even severe data protection policies? Now, the last T stands for tenacity. It defines relentless proactive defense of your firewall. Now, the impact of AI means we are able to predict what is going to happen with data. So with this data, you should be able to predict and defend your firewall such that your user will not come one day and find that, all the money they have saved on your fintech app has automatically vanished because of something that happened, maybe because of someone came to hack your system and all that. And even in communicating these issues to the general public, it can make or break your brand identity. And so this is the trust framework that I present to you in order for us to build safe, secure, scalable AI and cloud solutions. Talking about transparency, making sure that whatever data you are taking from your user is you make it available, you make it public what is going to be used for, reliability for your models to be able to work even in the heat of the moment, in the middle of the night. We don't want to be, for developers, you understand that usually it's that time that you use to make some changes, you want to fix some bugs. But if your customer is in a very in an insecure situation and needs to transfer money, you need your app to be reliable, you need your solution to be reliable. And then user control, I've touched on that as well. And safety, user control ties into safety. And then of course tenacity. So what is up to you at this point? What is up to you at this point? What I want to share with you is that with the impact of AI and cloud solutions, we are going to have two segments of people: the people who are building the technology that we use, those who build it to shape the world, and those who live in it, or those who use those tools. AI and cloud technologies will transform Africa in the next decade. The question now is, will that transformation be led by people who understand our context, our African context, our challenges, and our values? Or will we be passive consumers of solutions built elsewhere? You are the generation that will answer this question. You have the tools, the knowledge, the opportunity. What you need now is the commitment to build safe, secure, and scalable solutions that make life better for everyone. And the future doesn't just happen, it's built. So thank you very much, DevFest Accra. And I hope you found this keynote empowering, and it gives you a clear sense of the kind of conversations we are going to have. So thank you very much. At this juncture, I'm going to invite our GDG Accra lead, Shadrach Inusa, to also present a keynote and tell you what this DevFest, what GDG Accra has in store for you. Over to you, Shadrach.
Thank you very much, Aquili. Hi, everyone. I think this is the first time I'm actually joining the live session. I've always been on the in-person events, and then it's my first time here at the live session, and I'm really, really grateful. Very, very happy to be here today with you all. Yes, we've come so far. As Aquili mentioned earlier on, this is our 15th years anniversary, and we are hoping to have you at the in-person event as well. We are going to open, I think 15 of, did I say 15? 15 is very small. We are going to open like 50 slots during these events. Later within the day, we are going to give 50 slots out for 50 attendees or 50 individuals who missed the registration as well. So don't forget to also, join us, and don't forget to also make sure you fill in this 50 slots that we are going to give out in case you didn't register, because it's strictly by invitation, even though the event is free, strictly by registration, actually. So you have to register before you can be there. And also, just to mention few, maybe back on to this again, I would like to thank all the sponsors, Clever, Mist, Fata, Malitech, Google for Developers, everyone who is behind us making this a success, and then to the partners also here who are also making all these special moments come to pass. And then I would also like to also mention about the in-person events, which is going to happen at ISA Conference Hall on the 4th. That's next week, 4th. So we are having this session today. So you can have some, you have a lot of time to rest, right? Before the main session starts, which is on the 4th. So you have like almost 1 week. 1 week, you have 1 week more to prepare yourself for next week. So that we can all have some fun together. You know the jollof, right? We can have some fun together and then celebrate the 15th anniversary together as well. Okay. Then next on my list also is to share this with you. Scan and then be part of GDG Accra. In here, you have the WhatsApp community. You have the LinkedIn. Did I say LinkedIn? Yes, we have the LinkedIn. You have the X, formerly Twitter. Then we have the Telegram. Yes, we have Telegram also there. We have our website also there. The website will be scrolling on the screen. Make sure you visit our website. We have the program lineup there for you to download and then also follow up with this program. Anything at all about DevFest, it's on our website for you to grasp as well. And also, as Aquile mentioned, let me get this. Also, as Aquile mentioned, right, we are having amazing speakers also passing through as well. This time around, everything is about AI, right? But not too much AI. Okay, don't worry, we won't do much AI. We won't turn all of you into robotics. Okay, but then yes, well, most of our talks are going to be around AI, and then we have Googlers in there. We have Google developer experts in here as well. We have different people from different aspects of the world coming in to speak with you. That's why we are having this virtual event, because we want you to experience something from outside Ghana, right? Not just inside Ghana stuff, right? We want you to also experience something outside Ghana, have fun, and also have great time learning with us. Yes, so I'll be passing on to Aquile, and then we kick off with our first speaker. So stay tuned with us. Yes, and then we have a nice song prepared for DevFest. Our theme song is so nice. Maybe you like to hear it, right? It's so nice.
We build the future.
Yes, it's great.
We'll lift the team, write the dream. Systems tight and lightning clean. Test, release, repeat, improve. Tech so strong, we always groove. Hands up high for every dev. Writing scripts from Accra to the rest. From idea to launch, we make it loud. AI plus cloud, we make Ghana proud. Secure, scalable, that's how we go. Fast with the flow, powered by the code. Cloud in the sky, eye in the soul. We build the future, we in control. Uplift the theme, write the dream. Systems tight and lightning clean. Test, release, repeat, improve. Tech so strong, we always groove. Hands up high for every dev. Writing scripts from Accra to the rest. From idea to launch, we make it loud. AI plus cloud, we make Ghana proud. Build it safe, we build it strong. AI and clouds, we move along. Code so clean, the future's near. Scaling dreams, no doubt, no fear. Big deploy, we on the rise. Innovation in our eyes. Security locked, we never sleep. Scaling heights, we're running deep. Safe, secure, scalable, that's how we go. Fast with the flow, powered by the code. Cloud in the sky, eye in the soul. We build the future, we in control. Uplift the team, write the dream. Systems tight and lightning clean. Test, release, repeat, improve. idea to launch, we make it loud. AI plus cloud, we make Ghana proud. Oh, we build it Ghana proud. We make them Ghana proud. We build the future. Obey the team, write the dream. Systems tight and lightning clean. Test, release, repeat, improve. Tech so strong, we always groove. Hands up high for every dev. Writing scripts from Accra to the rest. From idea to launch, we make it loud. AI plus cloud, we make Ghana proud. We build it safe, we build it strong. AI and clouds, we move along. Code so clean, the future's near. Scaling dreams, no doubt, no fear. Click deploy, we on the rise. Innovation in our eyes. Security locked, we never sleep. Scaling heights, we're running deep. Safe, secure, scalable, that's how we go. Fast with the flow, powered by the code. Cloud in the sky, eye in the soul. We build the future, we in control. Uplift the theme, write the dream. Systems tight and lightning clean. Test, release, repeat, improve. Tech so strong, we always groove. Hands up high for every dev. Writing scripts from the crowd to the rest. From idea to launch, we make it loud. AI plus cloud, we make Ghana proud. Build it safe, we build it strong. AI and clouds, we move along. Code so clean, the future's near. Scaling dreams, no doubt, no fear. Click deploy, we on the...
Okay, welcome back. After that lovely keynote from Shadrach, we are moving forward to the first session for tonight, and we are happy to have a conversation on AI agents, the new frontier for LLMs, with Mustafa Adekunle, GDE Cloud, Google Developer Expert Cloud, and he's ready with us. Hi, Mustafa. How are you doing tonight?
Hello, everybody. I'm doing very well. It's the afternoon.
Okay. Yes, I can hear you. Happy to have you on board. So, are you ready? How are you feeling? How is Nigeria? Are you in Ghana or Nigeria?
I'm in Nigeria.
Okay. All right. So,
Yeah,
yeah, over to
my
you.
head. Is there an echo somewhere? So I think it's good now. Can you hear me clearly? Yeah, welcome everybody. Yeah, welcome to this session. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to DevFest Accra virtual session. My name is Mustafa Adekunle, and I am a Google Developer Expert in Google Cloud. For today, I am thrilled to talk to you about what I believe is the next frontier in AI, which is AI agents. And we are going to explore how they are pushing the boundaries of what is possible with large language models. Here is a quick roadmap of what we will cover today. We'll start with the fundamentals, defining what an AI agent is and its key characteristics. Then we'll dive into the practical side with agent design patterns and communication protocols. Finally, we'll bring it all together with a case study of an application called InstaVibe to see this concept in action. So what exactly is an AI agent? In simple terms, an agent is a service that interacts with an AI model to achieve a specific goals. It uses tools and context to perform operation. So you can think of an agent as a sophisticated layer on top of a large language model that can take action. So the concept of AI agents has evolved significantly with the advancement of large language models. We started with simple LLM prompts, then we went to the integration of retriever augmented generation, which is RAG, to pull in external data. Now we have agents that can use a multitude of tools and even collaborate in multi-agent system. So this evolution sort of represents a shift from passive text generation to active goal-oriented system. Now, now that we have a high-level understanding of what an AI agent is, so let's break down the key characteristics that define them. So these characteristics sort of form a cyclical process that enable an agent to go from understanding a request to delivering a solution. So we'd look at four distinct phases, which are think, plan, act, and reflect. So for the first one in our agent process is to think. So this is the reasoning phase. The agent takes the user prompt along with any other data it has access to and its own system instructions and analyze them together. So the primary objective here is to clearly define the end goal. What is the user trying to achieve? Is it about transforming a human request into a machine readable or machine understandable objective? So at this phase, this is just basically the reasoning phase. So once the agent has a clear goal, then the next step is plan. So this is sort of a strategic phase because the agent checks through the tools it has in its own disposal. So things like API, functions, or other agents that are available. So based on the goal defined in the think phase, it then formulates a step-by-step strategy to get there. So this means that the plan phase is the blueprint for the action. So with when we have a goal and a plan, then the agent is ready to act. So the acting phase is the execution phase. So the agent begins working through the steps defined in its plan. This can involve a wide range of actions, such as performing a RAG search to gather information, making API calls to external service, executing a piece of code, invoking other specialized agents to handle subtasks, or even pausing and requesting a human help if it encounters a situation it can't handle on its own. So finally, and this is also this is sort of like the most important step, which is the reflect phase. So this is what makes an agent truly intelligent and not just a simple automation. So after it has acted, the agent evaluates the output of its action. So the agent asks itself questions like, was this goal achieved successfully? Were there any errors? So based on this evaluation, it can look back over the process. It can then refine its plan to fix errors or even suggest improvement to its initial approach. So this continuous feedback loop of self-critique and improvement is a cornerstone of advanced agent design. Yeah, so this diagram on the screen now provides a more detailed look at the architecture of an AI agent. So let's break down the key components. On the right, you see three pillars. The first one is the model. So the model serves as the core reasoning engine, which sort of means that an agent is not limited to a single model. It can use multiple specialized models to determine the plan and generate a response. Next, we have tools. These are sort of the mechanism the agent uses to interact with the outside world. This could be anything from functions and APIs to database. So they allow the agent to fetch data and perform actions. So this is really what the tools does. So finally, we have the orchestration. So it is the component that brings it all together. So it sort of takes the plan derived from the LLM and executes the necessary steps, which include invoking the right tools and maintaining the agent state or memory throughout the task. So moving forward, who is planning? So at this stage, we want to know that when building an agent, what is determining how the agent creates its plan. So we can categorize this into three main approaches. The first one is autonomous. This is where the agent has the highest degree of freedom. It analyzes the goal and decides on the steps all by itself. So the agent here does all the work. The second phase, or the second point, is prompt driven. In this particular model, the plan is explicitly described and given to the agent within the prompt. So we are sort of essentially telling it what to do and how to do it. And the final point is the external workflow. So here, an external program or a predefined workflow orchestrates the processes and drives the LLM. So it is telling it what to do at each step. So make sure that you don't confuse the second point from the third point. The second point is sort of internal, it's prompt driven. It is what you ask the agent to do in the system that it does. But for the external workflow, it is controlled by an external program that drives the proceedings of the LLMs. So let's keep moving. So let's take a look at the trade-off. Starting with the challenges of granting full autonomy. So when an agent is autonomous or it is prompt driven, it really means that we are relying heavily on the LLM reasoning to create a correct plan. This can sometimes lead to issues called hallucination, where the model tries to use a tool that does not exist, or it might execute steps in the wrong order. So this can really make the agent behavior unpredictable. So in contrast, we have an external workflow, which provides a much more controlled environment because the plan is defined in external code. So when the plan is defined in external code, the agent behavior becomes deterministic and it is also explicit and predictable. So this makes the system far easier to maintain and debug as the logic is clearly laid out. So when you are looking at the trade-off, autonomous has more freedom and prompt driven has more freedom, but it also has the trade-off, which is hallucination. And the one that tops it here is the external workflow, because in that case, it is explicit, predictable, and easier to maintain. So let's take a look at the other side of the coin. So when we are considering the benefits, we know that an external workflow provides predictability. So you can predict what is going to happen. But it can also introduce an issue, which means that it can be rigid. So any change or evolution in the plan sort of requires a code update and maintenance. So this is where the autonomous approach truly shines. So the autonomous approach of the autonomous phase and the prompt driven shines in this phase because it gives the agent more autonomy and a higher sense of agency. So allowing it to adapt its plan on the fly, so it can easily adapt its plan as it's moving. So this sort of makes the agent incredibly well suited for dynamic or constantly changing environments where a strict and predefined plan would quickly become obsolete. So in a case whereby you want more freedom, you want to use the autonomous and the prompt-driven method. So now let's consider, since we've covered the fundamental or the foundational concept of what agents are and how they plan. So now let's shift our focus to how we actually build them. So just like in traditional software development, we know that there are established design patterns that provides reusable solutions to common problems. So these patterns also helps to create agents that are more robust, scalable, and predictable. So in the next few slides, I'll sort of explore some of the important agent design patterns that we could have. So the first one, which is also the most fundamental and sort of powerful design pattern, it is what we call function calling. So this is the primary mechanism that allows an LLM, which is fundamentally a text processing engine, to interact with the outside world and perform real action. So let me do a walkthrough of the diagram that we have here. So if you are taking a look at my screen, you can see that a user asks the question that the LLM can't answer on its own, like, what is the weather in Accra? If you go to Gemini today and say, what is the weather in Accra? It will probably give you a vague response if you don't maybe toggle in the Google search icon. So our applications, and so what happened in a function calling when we are building an AI agent is that the application now sends this prompt to the Gemini model, but you also send a description of the tools it has available. So in this case, it has a function called getWeather. So it sends the prompt and it sends the function which is called getWeather. So Gemini now intelligently determined that to answer this question, it needs to use these tools. It needs to use that particular tool, which is called, which is wrapped in a function called getWeather. Do you understand? So, so it's okay. So it then generates a structured responses telling the application call the getWeather function within this specific parameter. So the application then executes that function. So when the application executes the function, which might involve sort of calling an external weather API. So maybe the get function calls an external weather API or service, which you can see the yellow icon in the slides. So the API then returns some data, which our application then sends to the Gemini model. So finally, with this, we can now get the information, which means that Gemini is now able to respond to us that, oh, it is sunny in Accra. So pardon me, when I was editing my slide, I forgot to change this from Paris. So it is supposed to be call get weather Paris for me, please. So after it calls it, then it returns the information. So and for this particular one, it's telling us that it is sunny in Accra. Is it sunny in Accra at the moment? Interesting. So moving to the next phase, which is function calling. So after we've explained the function calling, we can then move to how we can manage multiple agents or models to interact with one another. So this is what we call control flows. So on the left, you can see we have the sequential model. So you can think of this sequential model as an assembly line. So an input is passed from one specialized agent to the next, which with each one performing a specific task in a predefined order. So when just something like the name is sort of descriptive when you are doing something sequentially. So in the middle, we have the parallel model. So this is more like a brainstorming session. So which means that the same input is sent to multiple agents concurrently, and the outputs are then aggregated to form a final response. So this is sort of nice this is sort of nice for tasks where you want to gather multiple perspectives or results at once. So you can use a parallel model. And on the one on the right, we have the hierarchical routing, which and this pattern, it uses something we call a router model. So the router model acts as a smart dispatcher. So what you know what a dispatch driver does, dropping different goods at different destination. So the model also does something like that. It analyzes the initial inputs and directs it to the most appropriate specialized agent based on the user content and intent. So if it's something about weather, it will give the agent that knows about weather. If it's something about food, it gives the agent that knows more about food. So the whole diagram, and you can see the diagram at the bottom, it sort of illustrates the dynamic flow that a loop agent can have. So it can repeatedly, so it can go around the loop repeatedly, trying to solve a problem until maybe a certain condition is met, which is crucial for self-correction. And under the hierarchical routing, we also have something we call conditional LLM agents. This means that the LLM agent can make decision and change its path based on intermediate results. For those of you who have done or who knows about flow charts, when you have a decision box, if it's yes, it goes to a pattern. If it's no, it also goes to another pattern. So that's really what the conditional LLM agent does. Also, as we give agents more autonomy, so we should also consider the applications, or we should consider the implications of what we are doing. So not all agents or not all decisions should be fully automated, because when all decisions are fully automated, it can bring us to a crucial design pattern for building responsible and safe AI system. And the design pattern that would help us to do something that help us to do something whereby we can reduce the implication of giving the agents full autonomy is what we call the human in the loop. So HITL, human in the loop. So the principle is simple. which is that for important decisions and action, a human should be involved in the final stage. What is so? And when we ask ourselves, why is this so important? So it is important because when it comes down to critical factors like trust, safety, and legal compliance, if an agent is dealing with sensitive data or making financial transactions or even performing actions with real-world consequences, so we sort of need human oversight for accountability. So, and it is also important for situations whereby there's uncertainty or sort of ethical dilemmas where the agents may possibly lack the context or the judgment to make the right call. So it's just that let's say at the embassy, you have an agent that decides if it's going to grant someone a visa or not. So the agent may not know that maybe the person coming in is a president of another country. And he could just say that, oh, the president is not following the visa principles or is not using his diplomatic passport and just reject it. So in this case, when you have an human in the loop, the human in the loop is able to, and that could lead to serious consequences. Maybe it could lead to maybe sort of enmity between the two countries. If a president of another country is denied entry into a sister country or a friendly country, so that could lead to enmity. So in sort of cases like this and other cases that you all know more than me, it's good to have human in the loop so that the human can also correct the agent or sort of like handshake the agent where necessary. So earlier we talked about reflect when we were talking about the faces in the LLM agents. So under this reflect, we want to talk about two powerful patterns that enable the reflecting capabilities. And the first one is the react pattern. So the react pattern stand for reason and act. So as the diagram illustrates, the diagram that you can see a cyclical process whereby the agent starts with the thoughts. So it starts with the thought about what it needs to do. So based on that thought, it performs an act, or the action, which means that maybe it's calling a tools or it's calling various tools to perform the action. Then it now makes an observation of the results. So when it makes an observation of the result of that action, so this observation now fits back into the next thought, allowing it to adjust its plan or its action based on what happened. So this is also sort of a loop of thinking between acting, a loop between thinking, acting, and observing, which allows the agent to navigate complex or multi-step tasks. So the other one, which is the second one, is the LLM as a judge. So this is also nice because in this technique, we sort of use one LLM to critique the output of another LLM. So it means that you can literally ask a model, here is the output from another agent. Is this correct? Does it meet the requirements? How can it be improved? So this also provides like a powerful or an automated way to check for errors and also enforce quality standard and continuously refine the agent performance. So I know some of you also do this, but you may not know that you're doing it. When you input a prompt to ChatGPT and you get the response, then you now go to Gemini and say, oh, Gemini, is this code correct? Or is this also, so when you're doing validations, that means they are sort of using LLM as a judge in this process. So so after we've talked about the techniques that we could use in the agent design pattern, so let's talk about some of the agents or AI agents communication protocols, because the true frontier in creating system where multiple specialized agents can work together, it is really in how they can also communicate with one another. So there's sort of a common language or a standardized way for agents to communicate. Just as for those of you who are networking professionals, you know about HTTP, TCP, and IP, which sort of enables the internet by allowing different computers to talk to one another. So we also need a similar protocol for agents. So this is what allows us to build interesting and complex multi-agent system where they can talk to one another. So let's keep going. So the first protocol we'll talk about today is the Model Context Protocol, MCP. And you can think of this as a standardized way for an agent to use tools that it doesn't own. So an agent is using tools that it does not use. If you are not sure of anything about model context protocol, you can just see it as a standardized way for an agent to use tools that it doesn't own. So as you can see in the diagram, we have the client server architecture, and on the left is our agent. And the agent in this case is our MCP client. And the agent has a goal. So the goal is defined by its models and instruction. Then on the right, we now have the MCP server, which acts as a tool or the provider, or it acts as a tool provider for the MCP client. So it's the MCP server has a collection of available tools like functions to interact with, or database, or an email, or maybe a access to a cloud services, or a cloud service. Then the interaction between both of them is straightforward, because the agent can ask the server to list the tools. So the server then respond with a manifest of, or a list of all the tools it has available and how to use them. So the agent reasoning model can then look at the list and decide that, oh, which tool is needed to accomplish this goal. Just as I was saying in the example of, each agents are sort of specialized for different things. Some of them for weather, some of them for food, some of them for location. So when it returns the list, it is able to see the particular agent that is specialized for a particular function. Then finally, the agent can then send a call to request to the server, asking it to execute a specific tools with the necessary parameters. So the MCP client can now instruct the MCP server that, oh, use a particular tool for this particular task. So let's move to the other protocol that we have, which is the agent-to-agent protocol. So we know that MCP is about an agent using the tools. So what is agent-to-agent? So agent-to-agent protocol is sort of takes MCP another step forward. So this protocol is defined for agents to discover, communicate with one another, and delegate tasks to other agents. So this is also fundamental for building the collaborative and multi-agent system that we've been talking about since I started this talk. So let's take a look at the flow. So you can see that we have the workflow agent on the left, and it has a high-level task to complete, but it might not have all the necessary skills itself. So what it now does is that it communicates with an A-to-A server, which is an agent-to-agent server, which acts as a central directory or a broker for a community of specialized agents. So the workflow agent or the agent-to-agent server has like a gamut of all the specialized agents. It knows what agent A can do, what agent B can do, what agent C can do, and what agent D can also do. So once it now finds a suitable agent for a particular subtask, it can now send the task to the agent via a server. So then the specialized agent can then pick up the task from the server and execute it using its own models and tools and return the result. So the major distinction between MCP protocol is that MCP is making the calls to tools, but in agent-to-agent protocols, an agent makes the call to another agent. And we also have something that is important for the A-to-A to work, which is the agent-to-agent protocol to work, which is the agent card tool. And what the agent card tool sort of does is that it has, so you can see it like a business card, just like a lawyer takes his business card around and hand it over to potential clients. So this is sort of the information or the resume of the particular agent. So it could be in something like a JSON file or any other file format that is compatible. So, and if you look at the example here, we have the name and the provider, which is sort of the basic identification for the particular agent. We also have the capabilities. What does the agent do? What can the agent support? So in this case, it can stream and it can do push notification. There's also the skills part. And this skills part is the most important part, because it is sort of a list of specific tasks that the agent can perform, including a description of each skills and the expected input and output. So this is really what guides you to know how you want to interact with this particular agent. It tells us that, oh, the agent takes input as a CSV file and return it in PDF. So everything are going to be clearly stated out in the skills model. Then we also have the authentication, which really means that how can other systems securely connect to this particular agent? So that's really what the agent-to-agent card compares about. And the last protocol we'll talk about here is the multi-agent interaction. So we know that we have multiple agents that can communicate, and we can also design different models for how we want our models to interact with one another. So the slide here, or what is on the screen, sort of shows two primary patterns for multi-agent interaction, which is the cooperative multi-agent system and the competitive multi-agent system. In the cooperative multi-agent system, so we have multiple agents where they work together in a shared workspace to solve a single problem. And in this particular pattern, it has something we call a coordinator or an orchestrator agent that breaks down the problem and assign subtasks to specialized agents, so they can collaborate together and share information. And they can also, after they collaborate and share information, their combined work is now sent to sort of something we call a synthesizer. So the synthesizer now produces the final solution. So you can see this as maybe a team of specialists working on a project together. You can bring this down to your group projects. And when you are doing a group project together, in your group, you are sort of doing what we call a cooperative multi-agent system. But on the flip side, which is the cooperative multi-agent system, so the same problem is given to several independent agents. And each agent now works on its own to come up with a complete solution. So the complete solution are then presented to an evaluator. So the evaluator could be maybe a lecturer. In a competitive multi-agent system, if you take it to the university system, this is sort of like when the lecturer hands out assignments. Each person wants to get the topmost mark. So each student puts up a competitive response or a competitive solution. Then the evaluator, which is the lecturer in this case, the evaluator job is just to act as a judge. So he can either select maybe the single best solution, or in a more advanced setup, he can also integrate the best elements from different proposals and create a superior final solution. So imagine that when you do your assignments, your lecturer gathers all the solutions and present a paper of it. So it's possible that the lecturer takes ideas from different people, but in the real sense, the solution are still individually. It is the evaluator that now maybe does some selection and gives out a superior response. So we've done a lot of talking, and I think we should also look at the case study for a particular platform, so that we can bring the lessons to life. So we'll be using what we call InstaVibe, and InstaVibe. So you get to know what InstaVibe does. So So what is InstaVibe? So in this case, I am using InstaVibe as an advanced AI-powered social listening and multi-agent system. So that is the core of InstaVibe. And the primary goal of InstaVibe is to provide hyper-personalized social experiences for its users. So it is sort of designed to go beyond simple social networking by using a team of AI agents. So to proactively understand users and help them connect to their friends in more meaningful way. So let's say each of us are, or each and every one of us are on Instagram. So InstaVibe is here to help us connect to someone else on Instagram in an hyper-personalized social experience way, whereby it is really what we are looking for that it gives to us. So how does this come to play? Looking at all the things we've done before. So the slide on my screen, it is telling us the core user problem that InstaVibe is designed to solve. So what are we trying to solve? So we have a user who is trying to be social. So I'm going to use this user as a girl. So she says, I want to organize a plan for my friends, but I don't know what they like. And at the same time, she does not know what is going on around the town. So she has no idea of what is going on, but she wants to do something. So this is, that this is a very relatable problem. And it also involves understanding the friend, like a friend preferences. She should also be aware of the current event and then bringing all of that together to give a particular response. So we have some agents here. So we are using a multi-agent system, and we have some agents here. The first agent I have on my screen is the social profiling agent. So this agent acts like a social listener. So it sort of analyzes the posts, events, and relationship of the user's friend, and now builds a user profile for each person. So for all our friends, it builds a user profile for each and every one of them, creating a hyper-customized understanding of their interest. So thereafter, we have the event planner agent. Then the event planner agent is sort of responsible for knowing what is going on in the world. So it scans the internet for the most updated events and now provides actual location on the map. So this is sort of like, maybe it's a group work. Each person is now assigned to do different things. So then after, we now have the platform integration agent. So this agent is the one that closes the loop of all agents. So once a plan is given to the platform integration agent, it's formulated based on the insight from the other two agents, and then takes the action into maybe creating a post and sending invites on the platform to our friends. So let's take a look at each of this architecture into two, and I'm going to be a bit quick because I don't know how much technical we have on the call, and I don't want to bore us up with some of the technical go-to. So if you are taking a look at the InstaVibe architecture, so this is the overall technical architecture of InstaVibe, and you can see that on the far left we have our client, which is the user-facing application. So we now have the agent block, and the agent block is the core of this our system that we are building. You can see that it has several different agents, like the planner agent, the social agent, and all these agents, they are running on serverless containers on Cloud Run. So we now have an MCP client and an MCP server to handle the interaction between various tools. So if you take a look at the AI block sort of shows that our intelligence layer is powered by Vertex AI and using maybe Gemini family of models. Then if you take a look at the data source, so the data source block, we are using Spanner, which is a globally distributed database to host our InstaVibe GraphDB database. We also have the storage block. We are using cloud storage, and we have the artifact registry to store our container images. Then we now have the observability, which is sort of which in this case we use tools like agent tracing to monitor and debug the behavior of our agents. So let's take a look at all these agents one after the other. So the first one, the event planning agents, and this is really the start of the agents. So the mission of this agent is simple: answer the user question, what is going on around town. So this particular agent, the only output we want from it is to tell us that what is going on around town. So just answer the question, what is going on around town. And if you look at the diagram, you can see that it is a relatively basic agent, and the agent is just equipped with one tool, and the tool it is equipped in this case is just the Google search tool, because it just wants to know what is going on around town, and Google search is enough to find the informations that are going on in real time locally. So we should also notice that it is constructed in a way whereby it allows for a multi-agent world, whereby an agent-to-agent server can also talk to the response of this particular thing. So the agent-to-agent server can talk to the response of this particular thing. And in this case also, we are using something we call a memory card. And the memory card sort of or we can say advertises the skill of the particular agent. And the skill of the particular agent is finding events, so that the rest of the world can be aware of the events that is happening. So let's go to the next architecture, which is the platform interaction agent using MCP. So we are using the MCP protocol here, as I explained before. And the agent itself acts as the platform MCP client agent. In this case, the agent is talking to another agent. So the agent here also is the platform MCP client agent. So the agent is the client, and is the one that will talk to the MCP server, which is also another agent. So in this case, the server exposes the platform core functionalities, like what do you want the platform to be able to do? It should be able to create a post. It should be able to also create an event. And after it creates a post and create an event, it should be able to send it to the friends of the girl that is trying to host what? That's trying to host her friend to various events. So this is really what the platform interaction agent does. And there are a lot of technical things here. But if you follow the architecture that is on the screen, we can sort of have an high-level overview of how the agent talks to the other agents using MCP. So we'll go to our social profiling agent. And the social profiling agent, his major work is to deliver on the promise of hyper-personalization. You know that we are telling us all that InstaVibe can give hyper-personalized responses based on what your friends like. So the job of this social profiling agent is to analyze the social data and build like a rich understanding of the interest and relationship that of how they connect to one another. So if you look at the flow of the agent, we can see that the root agent kicks off the process. After the root agent kicks off the process, it now delegates the core analysis to specialized profile agents. So after it delegates the core analysis to specialized profile agent, which in this case is checking the friendship, is looking at the activity engagement. So if you first look at the profile of the friend, you look at the activity engagement of those friends. What are those friends interested in? So after that, you also do a post analysis to understand the context that the content that those are friends that they share on the internet. So after it does everything, it pushes them to the summary agent. So the summary agent creates a concise user profile that contains the interest of that particular friend. Then it now takes it over a loop condition. So the loop condition, it also helps us to sort of restart the flow and do the necessary evaluation if there's anything that is missing out before it eventually comes up with the response. So let's go to the last part of the flow, which is the orchestrator agent. So after we've gotten response from event planning agents, social profile agents, and platform integration agents, how do we return this information to the user? How does she now know what InstaVibe is sent to each and every of her friend? So the orchestrator, just like orchestrating architectures means. So it is the one that sort of it is the one that sort of drives the high level overview of the functions of each and every agent. So if you look at the architecture on the screen, we can see the user. It tells InstaVibe a question that plan a fun weekend activity for my friend. So when it does that, when the user asks that simple question, what happens is that this request goes directly to the orchestrate agent. So when it goes to the orchestrate agent, the first thing the orchestrate agent does is that it uses the A2A protocol, which is the agent to agent protocol, to get the agent card from all available sub agents. So it is when it gets the agent, when it uses the agent card to get the information from all available sub agents, that it really knows what each agent is doing. So it's not going to give the work of event planning for the social profiling agent, and it's not going to give the platform integration agent maybe the event planning agent. Do you understand? So after that, it now delegates the tasks to appropriate agents. So it sent a task like it sent a question like analyze my friend interest. So when a question like analyze my friend interest, that question is going to go to the social profile agent because that's the agent that does the social profiling. So when it gets the result of that analyze my friend interest, it now sends the result also to a new agent. The new agent in this case will be the event planning agent. So the event planning agents, they can send a question to it like find the local events related to this interest. So when it gets the interest from the social profiling agent, it now sends the interest to the event planning as a question that find local events related to this particular interest. So after that one also gives its response, the user now selects after the event planning agent does his work. it now sends the final response to the platform integration agent. And the work of the platform integration agent, you can just ask it a question like, create a post or create an event invite for this particular plan. The social profiling agent and the event planning agent has already done the plan. So what is obvious here is that the orchestrator does not perform this task itself. So what it only do is that it sort of intelligently deliberates the work to the right specialist. He hands off the correct one to the event planning, the right one to the social profiling agent, and also the right one to the platform integration agent. So this is a good example of how you can see the power of multi-agent system. So, and you can see that we've used different agents to solve like a multi-step problem, combining the skills of a specialized agent or multiple specialized agents, and the result is now to what we have. And this is really what I want to use to wrap up this session, so that we know we sort of see a working use case of how multiple agents can interact with one another. And I think that's all from me for now. And this brings an end to the AI agents, the frontier of LLMs. So if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer on the chat or while on the call, depending on how the organizer wants us to be. So thank you very much for joining this session. And I hope you now understand why AI agents are sort of the frontiers to LLMs. Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely. Wow, Mustafa, you have really blown our minds. Thank you very much for this enlightening session. This is like having workers, AI as workers in your organization and having them do multiple things. I mean, this InstaVibe AI agenda you just used as case study is something that can even help GDG Accra community members to quickly be alerted whenever we have any any events, virtual or in person. So thank you very much. At this point, we are going to take some questions from the comments on YouTube. If you are watching us and you have a question, there's the time to just put it in the chat session. And we still have Mustafa here. He will be willing to answer the question. Very awesome presentation. I see the comments come in that yes, they truly, truly love the session. It was very detailed. For me personally, I totally understood everything that you said. There is a question. Okay. If you have any question, I think this is the time to just put it in the chat. I'm reading the chat. I'm not seeing any question. Okay. Oh, there are two things involved. Either people completely understood everything or they were confused. But I believe if I understood, definitely a lot of us have also understood. So Salom, I think you had a question. You're the one who asked. I think Tony also asked if there's question, but this is the question. So Nanaya is asking you, Mustafa, do you think we should be exploring agents and using them or be driving towards learning to build LLMs? Which of them is the way to go, Mustafa?
Yeah, hello. Do you think we should
Yes.
be exploring agents and using them or driving towards learning to build LLMs? Yeah, so both of them sort of complement one another. So they sort of complement one another. If you are just working on your own, or and depending on the capacity you have, there are some agents that could they could do 10x what you do doing them on your own. So in this case, you want to leverage those agents. You don't want to necessarily build everything from scratch. If there are specialized agents, maybe built by top companies, maybe Hugging Face, Google, it is hard to compete with the level of accuracy that these companies would have done. So it's in that case sort of better to leverage those agents. But depending on how localized your functions are, could also influence you to learn to build your own agents by yourself, or learn to power LLMs into building your agents by yourself. So it's a bit of both, but depending on the scenario.
All right. I believe your question has been answered. Nanayao, If it has, kindly put it in the chats for Mustafa to know. But that was pretty enlightening. He says thank you. Tony is asking, why do a developer creating AI learning agents? Why should a developer creating AI learning agents get his information and communication from Google? I think he typed it too
Okay.
fast.
Oh, yes. Why do a developer creating AI learning agent should get his information and communication from Google? So it depends. It depends on what you are doing. But in the end, the agents do not know something. They are just a tool to get the response. So you don't necessarily have to do from Google. Anywhere you want to get the information. So basically, like the example I use of
Yeah, you
what is
survive.
the yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, so like
So,
what is the weather in Accra? In that particular case, you can do a Google search, but you don't necessarily have to do a Google search. You can maybe there's a top weather platform in Ghana. You can just do a API call to that particular website and get the information
okay.
about the current weather in Ghana. And that one would also sort of be more localized to Ghana than just doing a broad Google search. So not necessarily Google every time, but just identify where the responses that you need are, then make a call, then make the agent make a call to them. I think that's it.
Okay. We'll take one last question and then we would have a raffle where we are going to open up the in-person DevFest Accra event. So if you miss the registration slots, there's going to be a raffle. So just stay tuned. We will take this last question that has been projected. It's a question from Sally. She's saying, hi, thank you so much for this really insightful session. How do orchestrator agents handle conflicts when two sub agents produce competing or contradictory outputs?
All right, that's interesting, and I like your question very much because it sort of looks like you were attentive during the session. So depending on the kind of protocol that you are using, we mentioned one whereby it sort of uses a synthesizer, and we
Mhm.
mentioned another one whereby it sort of uses an evaluator. So depending on what you are doing, if you say it produces competing or contradictory outputs, so it could provide if it could produce competing outputs. In this case, it could sort of give you two options. There are sometimes that even Gemini gives you two options and tell you that, oh, which one do you prefer? So that's sort
Yeah,
of competing. And if you take a look at them, you notice that they are not necessarily the same thing. So it is sort of competing outputs. That's a good example of that. But in case of contradictory outputs, when it is contradictory, I would say that is really where you sort of need the HITL, which is the human in the loop.
yeah,
So when you have the human in the loop, and especially for things that you don't want to afford to make mistakes. So let's say maybe an agent is in charge of closing or opening a dam. So in that case, it is necessary to have a human in the loop, because if the agents do any mistake, it could lead to flooding the whole country. Do you understand? So having a human in the loop to evaluate the response would sort of give you a better idea or a better overview of it all. Yeah. Thank you very
absolutely.
much.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Mustafa. If you have further questions, kindly reach out to him. He has posted his socials over here. His X is Engineer Cruzy and his LinkedIn Mustafa Dekunle. Kindly connect with him and he's ready and open to answer the rest of your questions. So thank you very much. At this juncture, we are opening up the first Accra in-person slot for 5 minutes. So we are going to put the link in the chat for you. If you don't have your tickets yet, in the next 5 minutes, tell your friends, share the link out there, those who are yet to register. I saw some messages around in some groups that said, oh, if you are not registered, you can still come for the first. This is the anniversary year. There's the anniversary year. So that's not going to happen because we're expecting a lot of people. And we can't compromise on the quality of the first jollof. So the link is scrolling down in the display. You will see the link scrolling down, defest.gdgaccra.org, and you can quickly Click on the link for registration for the in-person event. It's going to happen at the University of Ghana ISA Conference Hall, and it's free for you. All day events for free. So make a post right now on your socials. Tag us at GDG Accra. Tag us hashtag DevFest Accra. Tell everyone that you know that the first Accra slot has opened. And in the next 3 minutes, is going to 2 minutes has already bypassed. In the next 3 minutes, the slots are going to be closed. So yes, this is a raffle, and I'm seeing a lot of comments in the YouTube. Please tell your friends as well that the first Accra is live. Yes, you received the slides from the session. It's going to be shared in a follow-up email. So don't worry if you didn't catch based on the internet connection that you have. The slides are going to be shared with you. There will be stickers. You know, the first account without stickers, it doesn't end this anniversary year. We also have t-shirts that is currently also on sale. I think we are rounding up the sale. So if you haven't yet gotten the first t-shirts, you may or may not still have it. So just make sure that you go to the link that is scrolling down and register for the in-person, and the rest of the information are over there for you as well. Come and see for yourself, as Robbie Shares is saying in the YouTube chat. So thank you very much. We are going on a quick break, and then we are going to invite Carlos on the slot. So stick and stay with us.
Deploy, we on the rise. Innovation in our rise. Security locked, we never sleep. Scaling heights, we're running deep. Safe, secure, scalable, that's how we go. Fast with the flow, powered by the code. Cloud in the sky, eye in the soul. We build the future, we in control. Uplift the team, write the dream. Systems tight and lightning clean. Test, release, repeat, improve. Tech so strong, we always groove. Hands up high for every dev. Writing scripts from the crowd to the rest. From idea to launch, we make it loud. AI plus cloud, we make Ghana proud. Oh, we build it Ghana proud. We make Ghana proud. We build the future. Lift the team, write the dream. Systems tight and lightning clean. Test, release, repeat, improve. Tech so strong, we always groove. Hands up high for every dev. Writing scripts from a crowd to the rest. From idea to launch, we make it loud. AI plus cloud, we make Ghana proud.
Okay, we are back live here at DevFest Accra 2025 Virtual Day 1, and it's the 15th year anniversary of DevFest Accra. So we are going on with the rest of the speakers. We are going to have a session. So we just spoken about AI agents, the new frontier for LLMs, talking about AI LLMs that can think, plan, execute multi-step tasks all on their own. And the next session we are going to have is going to talk about building inclusive AI experiences with sign language and generative AI. And no other person can do this than Carlos Mota, Google Developer Expert Android. You're warmly welcome, Carlos. Lovely to have you here this evening.
Hello, everyone. Let me start by saying thank you for having me here. And of course, I have to say congratulations to everyone that's putting this amazing event together. I've been watching it and I've learned a lot so far. And I'm a bit sad that I cannot be in person, but this is a fresh start. So it's something. So, hello, everyone.
Yeah, thank you very much for joining us. You are going to talk about one of the most extinct languages, the least spoken languages in the world. Can you tell us what to expect from this session?
Yeah, thank you so much. So thank you for being on the other side of the screen. It's a pleasure to get to know you a bit. I hope you write some comments so I can speak afterwards about it. And yes, I'm going to talk a bit how we can build inclusive AI experience with sign language and generative AI. And I've used a couple of tools here to help me create this sign language. And before we start, I just want to mention that sign language it's used on almost 10% of a lot of countries. Several countries reach the 10% mark. So it's something that we should try to address the best we can. And hopefully AI is here to help us with this. So a bit of information first. You can find me on X and almost on all social networks with CFOnsmart, which is my username. I'm an Android GDE. I've been developing for Android for the past 13 years or something, and for the past 6 working with Kotlin platform. I'm writing at Codeco Dev. I love to travel, photography, and running. And as I said, it's a pleasure to be here on DevFest Accra virtual, and I hope one day I can meet all of you, or at least some of you, in person. So let's talk a bit about sign language first. So sign language is a visual language that you use hands, body movement, facial expressions, and an important thing here is different countries have their own sign language. So I'm from Portugal. There is Língua Gestual Portuguesa, which means the Portuguese gestual language. If you go to America, it's American Sign Language. If you go to the United Kingdom, it's the British Sign Language. So it depends from country to country. To keep things simple, in this presentation, I'm going to use the American standards, which basically it's one of the most used ones nowadays. So imagine that you want to say a couple of letters using American Sign Language. So if you want to say A, you put your hand like this. If you want to say B, you do it like this. If you want to say C, you put it like this. Now, if we move this to the language from Portugal to Língua Gestual Portuguesa, instead of doing these gestures, you're going to use these ones, which are different from the ones before. And this is the important point, that all countries have different languages, and it's going to be difficult to train an LLM to know all of this. Now imagine that you want to say something simple. Let's say that you want to say hello. In this case, we're saying letter by letter. So we're going to say HELLO, which means age. Then we say E, like this. Then we say L and L again. And finally, we say O. So if we try to say letter by letter, you're going to see that it's going to take a lot of time, but there is a quick way. We can just say the word hello, and in this case, it's basically just wave. But I've mentioned this is different from country to country. So if we use the American Sign Language, we use gesture, hello. If you use the Portuguese Sign Language, we do like this. It's a bit, your hand doesn't go to your head. And if you go to the Italian Sign Language, is also a bit different, and you try to be more effusive when you're speaking. This is just a small example, as a simple word that we use every day, hello. It's different from country to country, in this case, language to language. All of these gestures, all of these stickerments here, you can find them at sign.mt. It's a tool that allows you to write and say in which letter, in which language you want to have the sign language, and it will automatically generate these avatars. So let's talk a bit about the challenges. So the first one is you've got the linguistic complexity. So we're not just doing gestures, we're doing movement. My body is moving, my face is moving. I've got my facial expressions. And once again, we have different languages, so we need to know all of these types for all the languages. Next, we enter on technical. So we've got our hand shapes, and I'm doing the gestures like this, for instance, but might there's someone that's going to do the wave a bit different, or the camera is pointing a bit different. Some gestures might overlap the hands, like what I'm doing now, and this is going to be tricky to record. Sometimes you need to combine your hands, your face, your body, and basically you also require a large data set of all of these examples that it's often missing. Even if we think about ASL, American Sign Language, there's not that big data set with all of these variations. Next, we have AI computer vision, which means that gestures are not 2D, and signs, my hands moving, can be captured from different angles that have different meaning. And models might sometimes fail because I'm wearing a sweater, for instance, or my hands have a different color, or there is a different light on my hands that's hitting, and this will cause different results. It's also important that when I'm talking about this project, that Google is introducing SignGem expectedly at the end of this year. That's going to try to address this for ASL. As you can see, the hands, the face, the mouth is recognizing the gestures, and this model is basically trying to understand what that person is saying. I've also created a simple project that you can access on GitHub. It's called Just AI, and basically here in this project, you're able to record a couple of movements. In this case, I'm going to ask for the weather, and in Portugal, you ask for the weather like this. And when I'm asking for the weather, it's going to recognize this gesture on my phone. It's going to communicate to my Gen kit, which is on a cloud function. And it's going to communicate then with Open Weather API to request the weather. And then I'm going to ask Gemini to create a response, a friendly response that is displayed on my phone. This is a project that you can find on GitHub. It's trained for a couple of words, or in this case, for a couple of gestures. The goal here is that as time goes by, I'm going to train it a bit more and add new functions to it. So let's resume the challenges. Imagine that I've got someone waving. And by the way, if you try to use VO3 for this, for asking for sign language, you're not going to have the best results. So just do something simple like saying someone waving. If we try to process the video, basically, if we're talking about an uncompressed full HD file, we're talking about 2 million pixels. And if we add that we've got 3 colors, RGB, we're talking 3 times 2 million pixels. So we're talking about 6 million pixels for a single frame that you need to compute. So I know that devices are every day more powerful, but still, computing 6 million pixels per frame, it's too heavy for a phone. It's going to drain the battery, you're going to still see lag and a lot of those things. So it's important to try to find a couple of solutions. One of these things is when we have a full image, we don't want the full image. In this case, we want the gesture saying waving. So we want to have that gestures. I don't need the entire frame to process. I just need the portion where the hand is. Also, this model needs to understand the sign on the hand, and for instance, not the color of the sweater. On my initial approach, when I was trying to train an LLM with this, my model with this, basically it was working really well until I realized that if I wear a red sweater instead of a blue one, it wouldn't work. Basically, it was associating the hand gesture with the sweater color, and basically this invalidated a lot of things that I was doing. Also, one important thing is the lack of invariance. So imagine I've got my hands here, and I believe you can see my hands, but I can be closer to the camera, and so my hands are closer, and still my model needs to identify the gesture depending on the position. Also, sometimes we do gesture from top to left or up to down. it needs to understand all of these things. So good luck. You might think that you might need this large data set with hundreds and hundreds of images, but there is a better solution for this and an easier solution, which is the one that I'm currently using. It's called landmarks. Landmarks are a set of points that identify specific features of an object. For instance, a face, the hand, the body. You can have all different types of landmarks. Here, I'm going to use the hand landmarks. So imagine that I've got someone waving. Instead of once again processing the entire image, I'm just going to process the hand because my model is capable to understand that this is a hand. When this hand is discovered, it will automatically point to 21 coordinates. Basically, it's going to be the fingers and the bones on your hand that are mapped in the image that you're seeing on the right. Each one of these coordinates have an X and Y coordinate, so you can know where it is on the image, and you've got the Z coordinate in terms of depth. You also have the certainty of that point. Imagine that the model didn't felt that that is really certain that that point is true, so you're going to have a value closer to 0. If it's definitely that this is a thumb and you've got here the 3 dots, you're going to have a value closer to 1. Now that you know what landmarks are, I'm going to introduce MediaPipe. This is the tool that I've used to train my model and to take everything for my model. It's an open source solution. It's cross-platform, and basically it adds computer vision and machine learning to your applications. It supports live video processing, so on that case, I have my camera open or I have a stream open, and it was in real time processing all the frames that it was recording. Also, a really important thing is that you already have pre-trained model, and which are called tasks that you can use for most of the cases that people nowadays use. When you talk about MediaPipe, you've got 3 different categories. You've got tasks, and once again, the tasks is these pre-trained models that are triggered when something specific happens. For instance, imagine that I want to recognize my hand. I'm going to use the task for hands. Imagine that I want to recognize a selfie. I'm going to use the task for selfie. Imagine that I want to detect my face. I'm going to use the face detection task. Let's focus on hand. So how does this work? I've got a frame, and remember that we have a lot of frames being recorded, and this task is going to identify that there's a hand. Next, you've got a different model that's going to identify that you've got those 21 coordinates on your hand and in their specific position. Then another model is going to normalize those coordinates, and then you've got a fourth model that's going to say that that word means hello. Okay, so basically that task has 4 different models running that are able to do each one of these steps. There's also a really good video about this called Easy on-Device Machine Learning with MediaPipe that gives you a more in-depth knowledge of how this entire process works. This is available on YouTube. From your code point of view, you might think, okay, this is going to be really difficult because it's going to recognize gesture and a lot of things. No, this couldn't be simpler. So you've got your pre-trained model that I've mentioned, your tasks. In that tasks, you've added that file, that model, to your project, to the assets folder on Android application. And then you're going to use this class here, this gesture recognizer helper, to recognize a gesture. Imagine that instead you wanted to recognize, for instance, a selfie, you would use the selfie recognizer helper. Okay, so it depends on the task that you want to execute. Sorry. So we've got 2 functions that we're going to override. The first one, it's on error, in case something wrong happens. And then on results, that's going to be triggered when something is found. So imagine that you've got this video going through, and basically what's going to happen is you've recognized that you've got your 21 gestures. On result function is going to be triggered, and inside of this on result function, you've got the result bundle. And in this case, you're going to have the category, in this case, what that gesture means, in this case, hello, and the score, which means the level of accuracy that, or the level of certainty for that model, which in this case, it's 0.6. By the way, it's important to mention that I've trained this with me and I'm running it on a video. Next, you've got the studio, and the studio is really good to validate and test the models that exist and that you can update and upgrade and change it to fit your needs. It's a web tool. It uses your webcam, and basically it's built for prototyping and making a couple of tests. If you go to mediapipestudio.webapps.google.com, you can see already a set of models. And out of curiosity, I'm running here a model to identify my dog. And as you can see, that when I'm giving him a treat, it's going to recognize it as a dog. Also, this was the perfect opportunity to introduce my dog Luca to a live audience. Next, we've got our model maker. So basically, this what's going to do is it's going to use your tasks, and you're going to pre-train that model. You're going to train that model using a mechanism called transfer learning that I'm going to speak in 1 minute to add more use cases to that model that initially exists. So let's see how everything gets together. So how can we say, imagine that we want to train a model to recognize the word hello in sign language. So instead of taking bursts of photos or record gestures, so instead of taking images and recording video, let's record landmarks. Okay, so landmarks are the easy way to do this. You don't need that big data set. You just need to record landmarks. Basically, are a CSV file with all those coordinates. To do this on Android, you need a preview view and an image analysis from Camera X. Okay, so basically to do this, you need to call these two functions. This preview view, it's going to show you what the camera is seeing, and the image analysis is going to give you, it's going to basically analyze each one of the frames so you can process them. I'm going to say that I'm going to use the front camera, and basically I'm assigning these two tasks to the camera provider that's going to record everything. Next, I've mentioned that there's already a set of tasks that we can use. So I'm going to use this gesture recognizer task. I've added this file to the assets folder on my Android app. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use the gesture recognizer and giving a set of instructions. This function that you're seeing here, this is from MediaPipe. What I'm saying here is I want to process a live stream. So my camera is recording and I want to process everything live. I'm going to use two hands, so be careful with that. You need to recognize two hands at a given moment. I also want you to have a level of confidence higher than 0.5. And finally, what I'm saying here on the set result lister is when you find a hand, I want this function on the results to be triggered. And from this function here, I can access the gesture that was recorded. So if I print just the result.landmarks, I'm going to have this file here. So it has all the X, Y, Z, and visibility. And what I'm going to do is save all of these landmarks. So from this allow gesture, I'm going to save all of this information that you see on the screen right now. And it's automatically being saved on folders. So the app that you see on my GitHub will already do this for you. You just need to export the datasets and you need to import them in Google Colab. Google Colab is an amazing tool. It's a virtual tool that you can use, so you don't need to be careful with installing Python on your machine and you don't have resources on your machine. You can just use this cloud-based platform that gives you access for free to GPUs and tensor and TPUs that you can use without any problem. So all those landmarks, you can import them here. Just need to go to files and add them. And then when you want to train your gestures, you just need to do something like this. You've imported a zip file, you unzip it, and now we've got the files there. Next, you have two options to train. The first one is you can use TensorFlow or Keras to train the dataset. And here Keras is an high-level API integrated with TensorFlow that you can use. And if you're not familiar with TensorFlow, basically it's a deep learning framework that it's often used, that you use in Python, and it allows you to train your models. My suggestion, instead of following this approach, is to use media pipe tasks with a thing called transfer learning. So what's transfer learning and how everything gets together? So I mentioned previously that we've got this gesture recognizer task. So this file here that you see, the gesture recognizer task, it's a file with a lot of models that are able to recognize any gesture that you do on the screen. So this is already available by MediaPipe, but it recognizes just a couple of gestures. It recognizes thumbs up, thumbs down. It might recognize rock if you put your hand like this, but it doesn't recognize hello. So what we're going to do is a thing called transfer learning. Basically, instead of training an entire model, we're going to use a model that is already pre-trained, and we're going to add new features to that model. So imagine this model is capable to understand thumbs up, thumbs down, the victory sign, and then I want to understand what hello is. So we're going to add a new task, and we're going to add the landmarks that we've trained before. And now that model is going to be able to understand the gesture hello. To do this, of course, you need, once again, I'm back to the Colab, and you need to install the MediaPipe model maker. And from here, you're going to import the gesture recognizer. The way you do this is you first say where that data is. In this case, I'm saying that the data is already available inside of Google Colab by the unzip that I've done before. And we're going to train our data, and then we're going to use to validate data. Why we're doing this? So basically this 0.8, what we're saying is from all the landmarks that I've sent you, 80% of them are going to be used to train your data, and 20% are going to be used to validate the data that was trained. Why 80%? Basically, this is the value that most of people use. There are papers suggesting this number. I've tried to sometimes change a bit this number, and every time that I've tried to put, for instance, 50-50 or 40-60, I didn't have the same level of accuracy, so I usually use this 80%. So what we're going to do is here is just setting the gesture recognizer, and we're going to use transfer learning to now retrain that model. Once it's available, we're going to export that model, which is going to generate a new task file that we're going to replace the one on Android. So the task that was on Android, it's going now to be this new task file that was generated. So now if we make the end gesture by saying hello, and if we print the information from the gestures, we're going to see that the category, it's not going to be nothing. It's going to be able to recognize the hello gesture. Also, I mentioned that the project that I've built is going to communicate with the cloud functions that's going to use GenKit to give information about something. In this case, you saw how we were training with hello. Another words that I've used was to ask for the weather. So typically in Portugal, when you want to ask for the weather, you do, for instance, this gesture here. And I've also trained with this specific gesture. And I'm going to use GenKit and cloud functions to receive this gesture along with the user coordinates, and then communicate with an API to give me the weather for that location. So a bit of information first. So we've got cloud functions, which are amazing. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but basically it's a serverless compute service that you can use. It supports HTTP requests. So basically you just need to send a request to that endpoint. For instance, it also can be triggered from Firebase service. So imagine you can do something like the user signs up on your app, and a cloud function is going to send an email to that user saying, welcome back. Or you can do something like an image is uploaded to cloud storage, and you've got functions to validate if that image is appropriated or not. And in case it's not, that image is not going to be available for other users. Or what we did here was we're going to receive a request to get the weather for a specific coordinates. And we also want to have, instead of having just the weather like it's 18 degrees, we want to have a phrase, a friendly phrase that says the weather for that location. So for that, we're going to use GenKit. GenKit is also part of Firebase. It's an open source framework that you can use, and it allows you to create a set of steps for a task. We call it flows. So how's the weather? And let's ask for a user-friendly response. So the first thing that's going to happen is your cloud function is going to receive an HTTP request with latitude and longitude, because we need to ask the weather for a specific location. We're going to use Open Weather Maps API for getting the weather. I'm using this API basically because it's free, but you can use any service out there. When we have the weather from Open Weather Maps, we're going to ask Gemini to give me a friendly response with the city name and the temperature on that city. So to use Gen AI, you're going to need to import a couple of things. And once again, I'm going to use Python for this. So, sorry, I'm going to use Node for this. So the thing that I'm defining here is I'm going to receive, in this case, a gesture because I want to know the weather, but I might want to access my calendar, I might want to access the news and some other information, and the latitude and the longitude. And I want to output a string. So the first thing that I need to do is to define the query that I need to make to Open Weather. So to make the query to Open Weather Maps, you need to have the API key and you need to send the latitude and the longitude. If you look at the request that you see on the screen, you've got the HTTP request that you're going to make. Once you receive that request, I'm basically sending that information to Gemini. And here I've got a sentence in Portuguese, but what this means in English is, with this data, write a natural phrase, a friendly natural phrase in Portuguese that says, how's the weather on that city? And remember, this is an application for people that are unable to hear, so make it as friendly as possible. So what I'm doing here is querying Gemini and then returning the result of that query to Gemini. So looking at the Android app, it's really simple. I just have a request that I'm making. It's a post request with the information. And once that information is available, I'm going to use a tool called text to speech that basically is going to receive that phrase, showing that phrase on a screen, and then it's going to say that phrase out loud. So if someone is unable to hear it, it's going to be, sorry, if someone that is unable to speak but understands, it's going to hear and read that phrase. So once again, if you look at the example, I'm asking for the weather. The gesture was recognized, and you can see on the bottom that is asking the weather from my city and say that nowadays it's 90.7 degrees, which is a nice temperature here. To sum up everything, training, Android can record the landmarks on the device. So basically, you can just be pressing a button and saying which gesture you want to recognize. Colab is going to train your model user transfer learning. And then Android is going to recognize the gesture. Cloud Function is going to host your application. GenKit is going to communicate with Open Weather Map and Gemini. And Gemini is going to generate your human readable text. I hope you've enjoyed this talk, and I'm looking forward to see all the questions that you have. And thank you for once again being here.
Thank you very much. Wow. That was a very eye-opening session, building inclusive AI experiences with sign language and generative AI. And I really like the part where you introduced your dog to us. Thank you very much. At this point, we are going to take the questions from the chats on YouTube Live. If there are any questions, I think there's the time to Yeah, I think that question has already been answered, which is translating in real time, isn't it? And that was exactly what it was doing, which is very, very impressive. And it's amazing the opportunities that artificial intelligence and cloud bringing to, you know, normal life to ensure that everyone has a normal and, a stress-free life, especially people who need inclusive solutions. And I mean, we have seen it everywhere that wherever we build inclusive tools, we realize that everyone even tends to use it, not just the people that has been built to. So it's pretty impressive that we can have this with Gemini and generative AI. Do we have any questions in the chat? I'm not seeing any questions so far. I thoroughly enjoyed the session, Carlos. Thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for your time. We hope to have more conversations with you later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And don't forget people to buy the ticket and see you around. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this juncture, I'm going to invite the speaker who is going to talk to us about Beyond Code, building the mindset and attitude for career excellence in the tech space. And there's no other person who qualifies the most to have this session with us than my mentor and someone who I have always looked up to in the tech space. And he's a digital transformation and artificial intelligence specialist, Mr. Ibrahim Halidu. You're really welcome to DevFest Accra Virtual Day 1. How are you feeling today, sir?
Well, very exciting. You know, I watched your intro and also the other speakers, and I think someone said the best time to be alive is now. And I
Yeah,
entirely agree.
absolutely. So, what are you going to share with us today for your session? Just a brief.
Admittedly, we have been inundated with a lot of excuses from young people given opportunities and they are crashing it down. Recently, a mentor in US told me that he even feels shy, he even feels lazy to mentor people and give them opportunities. So, and it all boils down to the fact that people haven't listened a lot, they haven't explored a lot, and they just need human mind is programmed to be like a brand new car. If you don't spark it, you can move it. So that's why I'm here to spark the minds so that we can grow together. Thank you.
Okay, go for it then.
All right, thank you. So my name is Ibrahim Halidu, and I wear different hats, Akwele and other people, and my good brother Shadrach knows. So for this purpose, I'm wearing this hat, and I support a lot of young people and offer mentorship opportunities, among other things. Now we are going to look at a very favorite quote by our very own Sergey Brin, the co-founder of Google. He said, the only way you are going to have success is to have lots of failures first. Now let's try to demystify failure. Many young people today, when they fail, they feel that the world is against them. But the man who came out with electric bulb failed close to 1,000 times before we got electric bulb. And today, we are in a different world altogether, thanks to his resilience and the ability to accept failure as a new beginning. So these are the kind of conversation that we are going to have moving on. Now, the big question is, what separates the good from the great? You see, in every Olympic game, we always talk about the first person. Who was first to do this? We don't talk about who was second. Now, there are certain skill sets that we must have to stand out of the crowd and not to be ordinary and not be seen as an ordinary person. And I would like you guys to type in the chat what separates the good from the great. Just 3 people so that I proceed. Let me see, in your own mind, what separates the good from the great? Yes, guys, let me see your comment. What separates the good from the great? Aquile, please, do you see? Is my slide changing? Hello, Aquile.
It's changing. Your slide is changing.
Great, great, great. So that's the big question. And Aquile, please read your comments for me. Just two or three. Just two or three.
Okay.
What separates the good from the great?
I see consistency. I see mindsets.
Great.
Yeah. I see the good
Seven
don't implement. The good don't implement strategically the great elements are not just dreams. Maybe working twice as hard, being consistent, experience. Everyone has mindset to accept the few experience. So experience, consistency, and mindsets are the ones that are, and then persistence are the ones that are
Great.
repeatedly shared. Yeah.
Great. This is the right place for me. This is the right room I want to be. The energy is contagious and intoxicating. Now let's go. Discipline. That's my first rule. You see, according to Brian Tracy, the art of no excuses, he said that to discipline yourself is to deny yourself. If you don't deny yourself certain luxury, certain sleep, certain rest, in fact, you will always be ordinary. You always be complaining. You always be nagging. So discipline is key here. And for us as young tech talent, we must move the extra mile and get ourselves disciplined. Now, effective communication is another important point. We see many young people that we have mentored and given opportunities in the corporate and development space. You send an email, you copy them. In fact, they are even the person support response to reply. It takes them a hell of time. Secondly, you send them WhatsApp messages. In fact, you don't see them responding until their own time. You see, effective communication have so many branches. And as I just wrote here, most project failures aren't technical. They are a combination of failures. Learn how to write clear email, how to listen, how to ask questions in tech. Your words are as important as your code. I'm not limiting it to this, even in the work environment. Last 2 years, Dr. Devirupa was in Ghana, and we organized a program for some students of Ghana Technical Communication University. And in the presentation, I made mention that people should communicate effectively. People should participate in meetings. People should be, be open-minded. And Devirupa chipped in and said, in America, if you are working in the corporate sector and you are either in a meeting, either in Zoom or in person, and you are not responding, you are not communicating, you can be fired. And one of the reasons could be that they say you are dumb. And many people in Ghana, many young people they say, for me, I'm cool, man. It's a flex, man. I don't know. You have to be active because we are not talking about being ordinary. We are talking about you moving a step beyond excellence. And that's why sometimes when I call a road thing, I come and write, you are a step beyond excellence because you must always strive to step out of your own boundaries and take leadership and ownership. Like if you're on a project, if you are in a company, maybe the way Shadrach is leading GDG, Shadrach has a mindset of creating initiatives. In other jurisdictions, I've followed GDG events. And every time Shadrach tried to create initiatives, laudable, bringing young people on board and making sure that they co-own the project, they co-own the companies. When you are given an opportunity to work or to build a startup or to even form a team, you must have the third eye to look out for people who can take leadership. In fact, it doesn't mean they should be at the top. We have a book called 360-degree leadership. You have to learn from it. You can lead even if you are the janitor or the sweeper of the company. There are ways that you can initiate, you can lead in your own small corner just to make sure that organizational goals are achieved. Now, in every opportunity given, you must always try to deliver value. You must always try to under-promise but over-deliver. Always try as much as possible to under-promise but over-deliver. Have the mindset to go the extra mile. Please, enable it, please. You must always have the mindset to go the extra mile, because in the journey of extra mile, the road is always empty. And the world is looking for people, companies are looking for people, governments are looking for people who are willing to go the extra mile. And when you are given an opportunity, you must always have the growth mindset. You must always have the Ford principle. Someone asked Ford, why did you create the car and you are giving it your own name? What does it mean? He said to me, Ford means quality. So you must always try, look at things and put your chest out. Yes, I am the one who did this. Or I was part of the team that built this. We must, as much as possible, try to always create an indelible mark in the pages of history. Don't be mediocre. The world is not looking for mediocre people. I watch the presentation of Mustafa and I see the energy in it, similar to all the presenters, the speakers. You see that there's some kind of energy, like the Gen Zs will say. The speaker is speaking or the delivery is delivering. As the Gen Z will put, you must always be willing to go the extra mile to deliver value and not just mediocre lifestyle. It doesn't sell out. Anybody who wants to be ordinary can be mediocre. But in your case, you are a tech person, you are a Gen Z, you are a leader. So therefore, you must always deliver the right value so that you can be celebrated and your name will be mentioned in rooms full of opportunities. Now, this is what I would like many young people to learn from Aquile here. Market your skills, sell yourself. Market your startup, sell it. In fact, you are your own marketing manager. You are your own brand manager. Nobody will come and do it for you. You know your journey, document the journey. Sell the skills, because nobody is going to do it for you. And Rim John will say that work hard on yourself than you do on your job. Because when you work hard on yourself, when it comes to the delivery, you wouldn't do much. Because you already have the right skill set, you already have the right mindset. Mind and set. Mindset. So you have to set up the mind to always be ahead. And just as I said, the skill that got you here won't take you there. Let's speak about AI, cloud, data. The landscape is shifting very fast. So you must try as much as possible, market your skills. LinkedIn is a good platform. You can use Google Blogs, create your own blog, sell yourself, Facebook, all the platforms. Use it. Sell your skills, market it, because you don't know who is watching. Now, one key thing that I also like to say here is networking. You must try as much as possible to network. As somebody will say, your network is your net worth. Be in the right rooms. Don't leave this Google Thursday DevFest without speaking to at least 5 or 10 people. Search their name on LinkedIn, add them, connect them, follow them everywhere. Follow all the speakers, connect with them, sell yourself to them, pitch yourself to them, and tell them that you are open to opportunities, you are open to learning. And you know there's a lot of fire in you, because a fighting meat proof is by the heat of fire. When you look, the difference between us and others who are at the very pinnacle of their career is the word opportunity. And to me and you, coming from this kind of backgrounds, we must step out of the ordinary. We must be in the rooms that conversations are being made. Look, to those of you in Accra, you are far ahead. Look, take your time, attend event as much as possible. Go to high-end restaurants when you have money. Just go there, buy some food, and connect with people. You are building a startup. There are a lot of places to go to meet the right people. Don't lock yourself and say, wow, for me, you have to believe in yourself and you have to also look decent. That is the point, because you don't have to be running your mouth. Don't let the words be more than the action. Less words, more action. I think that is the way forward. Then also, rejection and resilience. There are times that somebody will attend an interview, is not selected. A young person with a tech idea, build a startup, pitch to investor. They say, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Then they quiet back to their shell. In tech, rejection is normal. Job rejections, fail code, fail startups. But every no is just data. And someone said that no, NO, means next opportunity. So to him, when one door is closed, another one opens. So he doesn't see no, he just see no. Okay, no, it's data. And I have personally done it. I applied for a job, go through the interview stages up to stage 3. They can tell you that you are only 2 people who've selected as soon as see. And me, I'll write back. Can you tell me the reason why the person's more qualified than me? And look, young people, let's take this. Not the startup developer. I mean, those looking to go into the corporate and other places. Please, there are times that you are overqualified for a job. That's why you are not selected. It's not always when you are not selected, then you demean yourself. It means I'm not good enough. So let's build this kind of mindset. Look, you see, the more we go to the gym to build our muscles, it's the same way we must gym our mind. How do we gym our mind? Attending DevFest, meeting Shadrach and Akwele, whoever, other speakers, and tell them, boss, I want to be like you. Or I want to go extra mile than you. How did you do it? The person is not going to give you the complete template because destinies are wired differently. But there are some key elements that you must have to step out of the ordinary. So that's the point. Listening and goal setting. You see, there are times that some people listen, they don't even listen. They hear to respond. They don't listen. Either they are in a Zoom meeting, they are where they don't care. You have to listen and process things. When you don't understand something, ask again for clarity. Pay attention to details. And just as I wrote here, most of us think success is about talking, but listening is more powerful. Listen carefully, you always learn. And when you set goals, make them smart. And now I learned there are goals that are much advanced than smart. Google them and learn more. And this is how to stay on track, because you have to create your own opportunity most of the time. You have to be very intentional, create your own opportunities. Excellence is not just in what you code. It is in how you carry yourself, how you treat others, how you show up. The tech skills matter, but mindset and attitude will define your career. Thank you very much. My name is Ibrahim Halidu, and I wear different hats, but for here, I am a digital transformation AI adoption specialist. Thank you so much. My phone number is there, and you can always check me up on LinkedIn. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ibrahim Hamidu. Wow, what an inspiring session. An inspiring session. I myself has been inspired. Don't lock yourself out in your room. create opportunities for yourself, and don't be afraid to question systems that you don't understand. And if you are rejected, make sure that you ask questions because you may be overqualified. Thank you. These are nuggets that I'm going to take for life.
Thank you.
I'm seeing the comments. They said Sally said the speaker is speaking. I think this is in reference to your Gen Z terms. Yeah, so very good. I'm seeing a lot of your network is your net worth by Roberta. Sorry,
Good.
Roberta. Um, yes, impact. Good people achieve success for themselves. Great people inspire, teach, and lift others while succeeding. I think this is a quote that you made. Everyone is paying attention. This is basically what it means. And so I think your session has been well received. Thank you very much. If you have any
Thank
questions right
you.
now, kindly ask them before we invite the next speaker on. If you have any questions, this is the time to ask. Like Mr. Ibrahim said, connect with the speakers. If you, for example, you have been inspired by this session and you want to, you know, get mentorship, he is ever ready to mentor you. So if you have any question, you can ask them now. If not, I'll just wait for a few more minutes. And then we can see if we have more questions in the chat. But while we are waiting for the questions, maybe I can ask you, Mr. Ibrahim, since you are still here,
All
what do
right.
you think is the one key skill that builders or young people who are in the AI space should always should never be afraid to explore? One key soft skills that they should not be afraid to explore.
Well, there are a lot, but zeroing it to
Yeah,
one, I will not, because individuals are built differently. And what works for you might not work for others. What works for maybe Steve Jobs didn't work well for another person. But there are things that stand out. So one, communication is very good. Communication, and
mm,
leadership skills building, very important. And just
mm,
as I say, self-initiate and don't fear failure. I previously, when I was coming up, in fact, even when I fail at a little thing, Aquila, it bounces me back until I ask myself, but if you are supposed to fear failure, then you can't go, because all the books that you've been reading, they tell you that Aksumesi failed different time, this person failed different time. So maybe you are failing to learn,
yeah,
because there's one thing that I want to chain out here. When you fail at something and you are going to start, you are starting with experience.
absolutely.
So that those are the things that, and young people, don't be afraid to reach out to us. We are for you and you are for us. We are not pretending here. If I were to pretend, I've been in this game for many years, I wouldn't have been doing it. But I believe that the future is for you. And just as John Mama said at UN General Assembly, the future is Africa. And he's not lying.
Yeah.
The future is Africa. So thank you so much, Akuli. I really
Thank
appreciate the
you.
opportunity.
We do have two questions in the chat. Thank you very much. I think that was spot on. That was spot on. Michael is asking, how can I master public presentation or project presentation with confidence? And okay,
So
now
let me
there are
answer
three
that before you
questions.
move to the next question.
Yes, yes.
Please,
Please go
Mr.
ahead.
Michael Ej, the golden rule is practice. And when you are to present, when you are to present, assume that anybody listening is below you and you are at the top. Put it in your mind. But practice, practice, practice. Obama, President Barack Obama, is one of the best public speakers the world has ever had. But when I was reading more about him, he himself said that before he delivered a speech, he would practice 10 good times. 10 good times he will practice the presentation and the speech. and put it in your mind. That's why he also said that when you climb on the podium, assume that you are an expert. And if you are the type, when you look into Aquila's eye and it charms you, sway your eyes again, don't look into it directly, because there are some human beings that they are so powerful, like they naturally they are different. When you look to them, you feel that no, you be. And sometimes when they call them to speak, please rehearse it, breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, and start. And
Absolutely.
create an image of yourself already delivering the speech and getting the claps. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that is also spot on. I saw on social media last week that the most important pitch you do for yourself is every morning in front of the mirror, which also resounds to what you just said, Mr. Ibrahim, about you having a positive self-image of yourself and leveraging on that to ensure that you practice in order to become a better speaker. I believe your question has been answered. We have a question that says, "Hi, sir. Please, you mentioned leadership and ownership. What's one habit or practice that helped you personally grow into that mindset?"
So you see, there's one thing that people understand: self-worth. If you don't know your worth, if you don't know your value, always you begin to run down yourself. When you step into anywhere, look, assume that you are a leader. Look, you see the mind. Let me put this here. Even if the only thing you are going to take away from here, in primary, junior, secondary to university, to even the corporate where we are, your manager or your lecturer or whoever will tell you focus. But have we been taught how to focus? No, you've not been taught. And the human mind, according to the Zen Buddhists, is like a monkey. And you know the characteristics of a monkey. A monkey is jumping from one place to another. In this webinar, you see that your mind has traveled 1,000 times to different places. And those who are even haven't broken, their own is worse. So in order to stay focused, anytime your mind dwindles, bring it back. And according to the Zen Buddhists, the mind in its widest nature is even like a monkey that is bitten by a scorpion. If a monkey is already jumping as a characteristic and is bitten by a scorpion, then the jump in there, we can't even. So what you can do is always bring your mind back and focus. Self-worth, know your worth, know your value. If you are anywhere and you are not being respected in the table, that's not the right place to be.
Absolutely. That's not the right place to be. And with that, we wrap up this session. Thank you very much, Mr. Ibrahim. What a powerful
Thank you.
session. Looking forward to meeting you at DevFest in person live. I believe you'll be there, right?
By the special grace of God, I'll be there.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for your time. So we are still live here at DevFest Accra 2025 Virtual Day 1, and it has been a series of conversations of how we can build safe, secure, and scalable solutions with AI and cloud. We initially started a conversation with how to build AI agents and getting to know LLMs that can think, that can basically do what humans can do and in a more efficient way. That was a presentation on by Mustafa, who is Google Developer Expert Cloud. And we also had Carlos Mota, who shared with us how to build inclusive AI experiences with sign language, which was also very insightful. We just had a session with Mr. Ibrahim, who just talked about building the mindset and attitude for career excellence. We are moving on to a session that is also very dear to this topic, building autonomous AI using Google Cloud. And we have no other person than Udesh Udayakumar, who is Google developer. Doing.
Hi, sorry about the disturbances in the uh, streaming as well as the background noise because I'm at the airport. I'm rushing to catch my next flight. Sorry about that because I just finished an event that I'm on my way back.
Wow.
But yes, Thank you so much for inviting. And I'm happy to be here speaking to our wonderful developer community at Accra, as well as Ghana, as well as other people who are joining remotely. So it's been a privilege, and
Yeah.
I'm honored to share my knowledge to all of you. And I want to, really give the best and let everybody use AI, especially me being an advocate for AI. I would really like to see people using AI and to make their lives better.
Udesh,
So if
how long
I may
have you been in
present
the
my
AI space?
screen,
Yeah, while you do that,
well,
how long have you been in the AI space?
pretty much around a year or so, maybe a year and a half. Because if I have to tell you my story, I started off by learning cloud,
Okay.
and and that happened back in 2020s. During the time when Google Cloud was picking up the right pace, I even jumped into the board, and I was able to uh, you know, uh, learn the right things and put my knowledge into use. So that really helped me gain a lot of momentum in the technology landscape. And I was moving into the cloud. And in fact, I was not really interested in AI, to be honest, simply because I am a person who is not fully into coding. So somehow I did not develop an interest in AI because I had to write code. But then later on, as I moved into the systems design, system domains, and how computers work, I also got intrigued, and I always have this a curiosity to learn things. I like to learn things, and I like to understand how things work. So that really helped me to explore. And when generative AI was picking up pace, I thought this might again, like when I was learning cloud, I had a feeling that this is going to take me somewhere. And I had the same feeling when it came to AI. So I just believed my intuition and just stepped in to the AI wave. And after a year, I'm in a good place, I believe.
Okay.
Right now, helping others learn AI, helping them building AI applications. In fact, when I get bored, I also build some applications. In fact, last week I was building a game. Took me about
Oh,
an hour because I was getting bored. So I was prompting on Gemini, and I was able to build a game. I hosted it and I played it until I got my next thing to do. So AI revolution is really uh, transformational in terms of especially like me who didn't like AI because of coding to liking AI and even building an application and posting it. Uh,
mm,
the impact that AI could bring was also phenomenal. So,
all
which is
right.
why I also want everybody to, kind of learn AI and try to understand how they can use AI for making their lives better. Because I think this is a point where a lot of people confuse AI with. They think that AI is their enemy, but in reality, if you have a different perspective, you should ideally see AI as a productivity agent who can help you as an assistant. So it's like your all things at hand. Like when mobile phones were discovered, everybody said, instead of going to that place, you had everything in hand. So
Okay.
AI is something similar to mobile phones, but in terms of productivity, to make you yourself productive. If you want to know some information and you want it at your fingertips, with the
All
through
right.
mobiles, you can, with the help of AI, you get to have that summarization. So I believe it's a very transformational, uh, a revolutionary topic, and I'm happy to talk more about it and to show them how they can build AI agents and the different ways how they can build AI agents on Google Cloud.
All right. Go for it then, Udesh.
Thank you. My name is Udesh Uday Kumar. Just repeating again, I'm a Google developer expert on cloud, and I also help lead trading initiatives at the Google Cloud Center of Excellence in Qatar. So I have been in this Google Cloud domain for almost 5 years now, and have been seeing all the developments that has been happening. So today we'll cover about how to build AI agents and the different ways to build AI agents on Google Cloud. So that would include discussing what is an AI agent, how do we use Vertex AI, because Vertex AI being a very popular tool to build AI. In fact, Vertex AI is the end-to-end stack of tools that can help you to build anything AI, regardless of whatever experience you have. So we'll go through Agent Builder within Vertex AI. We'll go through Agent AI Engine, Agent Developer Kit, and also the Agent Garden. So we'll go through all of those topics. And talking about the AI agent. So what is an AI agent? You can think about AI agent like an assistant, like a human. So what I typically use an example is even AI is essentially a representation of your own intelligence through machines. So AI agents is also somewhere similar, where you have um, somebody who can do certain tasks for you. And in this way, you get to do a lot of things without even contacting another human. But the same task that a human has to do can be done by some machines. So if you look at the evolution of these AI agents, initially when these LLMs were launched back in 2017-18, when Google launched the transformer model, that really kicked off the AI race. Every other company started to go behind it, and now we see a lot of products and a lot of companies being launched and built up. So this essentially has been very instrumental when Google launched all these research papers around AI as well as their LLMs. So they started off, I believe, in 2019 they launched Lambda, and then they had before that they had BERT, and then we had our Bard, Google Bard, which was an LLM, and then we later introduced Gemini. So there were a lot of LLMs that came into the market. So what was special with these LLMs is you had a single model approach where you give in text and you get a text as a response. And later on, you started to have multi-model model inputs. So there was multi-model agents. And then we started also having something called as RAG, which is retrieval augmented generation. Now, why did we have that? Because now, if you remember, when all these LLMs were introduced initially, they also started hallucinating, which means you ask a question and it might make up an answer. Exactly like how you would ask an egoistic human about something that they doesn't know, but they think that they know about it. So the LLMs also started to hallucinate and they started making up answers. And a lot of those still happen. So essentially, what happened was they kind of started making up answers from things which they thought that had happened but actually didn't happen. So to avoid this, they wanted to do a cross reference. They wanted to check if this has actually happened or not. So they did a fact verification, and that approach brought to having retrieval augmented generation. So in RAG, what they do is basically what they try to do is that they uh, try to create a vector database. So they kind of create an intermediate source of data that's related to the topic that you're trying to query. And then with those queries, it gets the approximate data that it needs to create an answer, and it generates an answer based on that. Now, even with a RAG based LLM, they still started to further enhance. And that's where they added additional tools which could help in certain actions. So this combination essentially created something called as an agent. And then you added more loops and you added more reasoning. So because every time an agent does a task, or consider humans, whenever a human does a task, they do it for a reason. So even agents, when they do something, they have to do it for a specific reason. And that's how the reasoning loops were introduced. And then once they had this reasoning loop, slowly and steadily, the agents also started to perform actions that could uh, perform a task at the end. At the same time, while observing the result, it took the next necessary action. So that was how AI agents came into the evolution. Now, if you consider AI agents, it's basically they reason, they plan, they execute the task for users. And if you look at this diagram, you can see how the agents look like. So there are a lot of components that you can see in this picture. So on the left side, you will see some tools which contain some functions, APIs, and databases. And centrally, there is an agent runtime which basically orchestrates these tasks. And the orchestrator has this reasoning and the execution loops. And this is essentially the brain where all of these actions happen. And even within that, there is also another component called as memory, which also is short term and long term, simply to keep the context. So, and then there are different agent definitions. Agent definition is basically you're giving a persona, you're characterizing what the agent should do. Essentially, like what a human would have done in that specific case. So AI agents essentially is to there to perform a certain action, and you can uh, use AI to do those specific actions. And then, how do you do it? Now, where does this reasoning come from? It comes from the generative AI models, and this model is ideally the brain of this AI agent. So, model is what tries to reason and finds the justification on why a certain action should be done. Now, how can you build AI agents on Google Cloud? So, Vertex AI is the end to end platform on Google Cloud that can help you to build AI applications. So, regardless of your experience in AI, whether you're an absolute beginner who doesn't know how to code, to an enterprise company who has like a dedicated set of data scientists and data engineers, machine learning engineers, and software developers, regardless of who they are, they can always build an AI application within Google Cloud. So this is the whole ecosystem within the Google Cloud's Vertex AI as a stack. So if you look at the Vertex AI agent builder, there are tools that contains enterprise data and tools, including grounding and RAG. Then there is data for agents, then enterprise context, other ecosystem tools. And then within the agent development kit, there are different tools to do certain tasks for these agents. And then there is an agent engine, which is a managed runtime. So when you deploy these agent also needs to be managed. For example, like how you deploy the application in a server. And then there is also Agent Garden, which is more like a marketplace for these agents. And then there are models. Models are all these generative models. For example, Gemini. Gemini is a family of generative AI models. And then there is Gemini, Gemini 2.0, Gemini 2.5, even Flash and Pro. And then there are other models as well. For example, Anthropic or Llama from Meta. So all of those can be used for developers to build AI agents. Now, in terms of business users, even for business users, they still can build for the non-technical, non-developing audience. They can build AI applications. For example, Agent Space. Agent Space is a centralized productivity AI LLM assistant who can answer or do any task within your organization. So, for example, let's say you are joining a new company and you want to know who to reach out for a certain task. Now, with Agent Space, you can ask anything around the company that's allowed for you. For example, let's say your emails are connected. That means if you want to send an email to one of your colleagues, you don't need to type in all those email that you wanted to draft, or even draft it, copy paste, and add the emails and stuff. You don't need to do anything at all. All you need to do is tell Agent Space, draft an email to this person about this and this, include these points. And once you give this prompt, Agent Space automatically creates a action to draft an email, and it drafts an email within the page itself. It drafts an email and it asks you whether this email can be sent or not. And then you can make the edits as you want for these agents. And then once you finish the draft, you can just click on send within the Agent Space tool itself. So you don't have to open Gmail at all. Or let's say you want to schedule a calendar invite. So what you need to do is simply tell agent space, book a time slot on this day between these times with these people. And what agent space can do is the agent will automatically send a calendar invite to all those people that you've mentioned on the. So this is agent space, and you can connect it with all these CRMs and ERP solutions that you have, regardless of whether it is SharePoint or Outlook or Gmail, Google Workspace, or Salesforce, HubSpot. You can have multiple CRMs and ERP solutions integrated with it. So essentially, even for an enterprise, this becomes a wonderful solution for them that can act like a one-man army. And then there is agent designer that can help people to build, to design AI agents without writing a single line of code. For example, I have when I was trying to learn to build recommendation applications, I did not write a single line of code, but I was able to still build a AI recommendation application for movies or for clothes. So these kind of click and plug-in solutions are very easy to learn, very simple to implement, even for business users. And then there is also something called as customer engagement suite, which is a low-code, fully managed customer-facing voice and chat agent. So you can essentially create chat applications that kind of replicates the performance as a human representative. And in terms of Agent Development Kit ADK is now open sourced by Google, and it's now an open source framework to develop, to test, and to iterate on multi-agent applications. And there are several features. For example, it is multi-agent by design, so you can compose as many agents as you want. And it also has a rich model ecosystem with Gemini, Vertex AI, Model Garden, and even Light LLM if you want to run it on any lighter devices or any mobile devices or edge devices. And also, it has a rich tool ecosystem because since it's open source, it also supports other open source frameworks. For example, like LangChain, Llama Index, LangGraph, Crew AI, and also has a built-in streaming with bidirectional audio and video streaming capabilities. And beyond these, building these agents also require many levels of abstraction because there are essentially four layers where you can categorize these building of AI agents at layer four. So again, these depend on how hard it is to use and how flexible it can be, kind of like the customization that you can apply. So agent specific frameworks ideally fall under the third layer because the fourth layer is the solutions where it is like easy to configure, easy to build, but it's not so easy to customize because it's not too configurable. But once you go towards the level one, then that's where you build your own agent, and then it shows like you will have to uh, build, you have to train, and you have to execute each and every task, which is like takes a too much effort, and it's hard to use, and it's also very flexible because it can be customized. And then lower layer orchestration frameworks like LangGraph and LangChain and GenGit. And then layer three is where the agent specific frameworks come in with Google's ADK. And even when you build a multi-tool or multi-agent application, there are some boilerplate code that you can use. For example, when you define an agent, you essentially tell them what the name of the agent is, what the model, and what's the description, and the instruction for that agent. What should that agent do? Along with the tools. So if you look at this example, you can see that there is tools which are search flights and book flight for a flight agent. So what is this agent doing? It's a specialized assistant for searching and booking flights. So all you need to do is ask the agent about a specific, let's say right now I'm in Bahrain, I'm flying to Doha right now. So I can ask, find me the flights from Bahrain to Doha on this day, this time. And what it's going to do is it is also calling two functions, which is search flights and book flight. So what it's also going to do is it's going to search the flights and it's also going to book a flight. So that's the tool that the flight agent uses. So it's essentially an agent is using another agent. So in the instructions, you basically mention what the agent has to do. And then in the function tools, you mention what function that agent needs to run. And then you can also call agent as another agent. So in the root agent, you are calling the flight agent. That means fundamentally, when you're having the conversation, you're asking another agent to do a certain task. So you said, find me the flight. So the agent is going to find you the flight. And then the agent, once the agent finds the flight, another agent is going to book that flight. So that is one way of implementing multi-agent systems. And then there is also something called as callback. So callback is to help run certain functions before the agent is being called. So for example, before model call or after agent call, before agent callback. So there are several functions that you can do for interrupting the agent's response, and you can add the logic, your own logic within the code. And then there is event streaming, which is basically to allow developers to get these individual events so that they can update the users. And there are input and output schemas where you can define how should the input be, how should the output be, and then the agent essentially decides to be in such a way. And also there are interoperability aspects as well, because LangChain has more than 100 tools, CrewAI has more than 30 tools, and ADK also has a tool adapter. So any of these tools can be used for these agents to essentially integrate with running AI agents. And then open telemetry and cloud trace if you want to do monitoring, because essentially monitoring these systems are also essential. So we can have open telemetry as well. And then there is Vertex AI Agent Engine, which is a managed runtime. So once you have built these agents, you can, without worrying about how you can run these agents, you can run it on Vertex AI Agent Engine. And then you can also use for Agent Engine SDK, there are different pre-built templates that you can use. For example, these are some of it. If you want to use ADK or LangChain, LangGraph, Llama Index, you can use some of these pre-built templates as well. And then there is Agent Garden, which is like a curated samples and tools where you can, if you want to have a ready to use solution for something that you need to build, which has already been built by somebody. So you can use what I say Agent Garden. And then there is also an agent starter pack that can help in terms of creating production ready generative AI agents. So with that, I would like to wrap up. Uh, and I would be open to any questions if you have. Uh, yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you
Back
very
to you,
much.
Afni.
Yeah, thank you very much, Udesh. I'm going to look through the comments for questions. If you have any questions, you can kindly ask right now. And I think it's already clear that AI agents are, revolutionizing a lot of industries, and we can really see it in the fact that Google has a lot of tools for both businesses and developers to use in order to ensure that they build autonomously and they are able to build products that can work. And this also means that the people building and leading it need to be more strategic, more ethical, and more human than ever before. And we have learned all this from Udesh. Thank you, Udesh, and have a safe flight from Berlin
Thank
to
you.
Doha. So I
Thank you very
am going
much.
to meet you. Yeah, thank you. There was a question on the chat. However, we would allow Udesh to go. Kindly reach out to him on LinkedIn, on X as well, if you have any questions so far. At this juncture, we are going to make a pause and take a sponsor spotlight or just a sponsor announcement. We are happy to have Clever on as platinum sponsor for DevFest Accra. Clever makes it easy for Africans to receive international payments quickly and securely. And with their support, we are able to help the GDG Accra community to learn, connect, grow, and make international payments, receive money from the remote roles that they are on. And we have the Chief of Staff of Clever, Joseph Kwame Upoku, here with us. Hi, Joseph. How are you doing tonight?
Hi, good evening, everyone. It's really wonderful to join you, and Aquile, thanks for the kind introduction.
All right. Go over to you.
Okay, wonderful. Well, good evening, everyone. It's wonderful to be part of this live stream today. My name is Joseph, Chief of Staff at Clever. Clever is no stranger to DevFest. We've supported DevFest for a few years now. We've had it's events, similar events particularly in Nigeria. We've supported DevFest Lagos, DevFest Abuja, DevFest Uyo. But this is the first time we actually making this segue into Ghana. And as Ghanaian, I'm very excited that we get to work with Shadrach, Akwele, and the team to make this event a success. So perhaps permit me to tell you a bit more about Clever, what we do, and why we are particularly excited for DevFest this year. Give me a moment to share my screen. Please let me know if you can see my screen. Hopefully people can see my screen. Let me see in the comments if you can see my screen with a yes.
Or yes, you can see it.
Wonderful. Good to know that folks can see it. So one of the reasons why we are very excited about the GDG community generally is that GDG is all about developers. It's about people who are doing amazing things in the tech community. And one of the biggest challenges that we have seen at Clever is that a lot of young people in Africa have all these gigs, all these opportunities abroad, right? They are remote workers, they are, freelancers, and they need to get paid. The entrepreneurs, they need to get paid, particularly in US dollars and other currencies. But often they struggle to find a platform to help them receive that. And some of the platforms that exist would, take what is USD and essentially give them, Ghana cedis. So with Clever, one of the things that we are really excited about is to create a product that work for this community in particular. We help you create a USD bank account with just a few clicks, right? And this is a US dollar account that is in your name, that you can send your banking details to your employer abroad, to make sure you get paid. So who do we support? We support freelancers, we support remote workers, we support creators and entrepreneurs and other groups of people. But one thing that this group share is the need to receive and get paid in US dollar. And Clever helps to make that happen. And how do we do that? We help you get a US dollar account in your name, right? This is a US based account. It's in your name. You have your account details. You can send your account details to your employer. If you're a freelancer, you want to receive money from platforms like Upwork, like Fiverr, you can use your account details to receive your money. You can keep your money in USD, or perhaps you think, okay, I've received my USD, I want to convert some to cedis. You can do that. And then you're probably wondering, okay, now I have USD. I want to get on platforms like Netflix. I want to be able to use my card. I want a virtual card basically to be able to transact online. Clever allows you to get a virtual debit card to be able to use for global shopping online. And for the techies who are like, well, I'm into USDT, USDC, I'm not about fiat currencies. We help you receive stable coins as well on the Clever platform. And one of the things that makes us really excited when customers join our platform is the ability to earn points. So when you earn in US dollars, you're not just earning in US dollars, you're also earning points, and that points can be redeemed for cash. So essentially think about it as a cashback system. The more you earn, the more points you get, and the more you can convert that into cash. The sign-up process is very straightforward. All you need is your Ghana card to make that work. So just in order not to bore you so much, we are really excited to be headed to, GDG, DevFest, Accra, and we can't wait to see you all at the University of Ghana. Do come, check us out. We have a lot of amazing things to give away. So we have T-shirts, we have hats, we have tote bags, and some lucky people even walk away with some USD to be able to transact on the platform. So really, we are very excited, and we welcome everyone to check us out at the event. We are going to be there. When you see me, do come say hello, and you're all going to walk away with some amazing stuff. I encourage you all to scan that QR code right there. And when you scan the QR code, do make sure to include the referral code GDG Accra, right? If you include GDG Accra, when it's time and we are doing the distribution of the USD or merch, that is the referral code that we are going to be using to select people. So you may be one of the lucky people who show up to an event. You learn a lot about AI and how that is revolutionizing the world. You learn more about how to get paid in USD. Maybe you're a freelancer, you're struggling to figure out a platform to use, and Clever is the platform for you. We're already trusted by thousands of people, across, different countries. You can see the flags of the countries that we support there, and we are really excited to get to meet you all in person. So please do scan that QR code, and when you're going through the process, do make sure to include the referral code GDG Accra. So having said that, I think Akwele, I'll hand back to you and make sure to mention that people should definitely come and check us out. There are so many prizes that we have, some that I cannot say on this live stream, but rest assured that we have exciting things. We're going to go above and beyond to make sure that all the people that come have an amazing experience at the Clever booth. So yeah, catch you next weekend.
Thank you very much, Joseph, for that presentation. And who would have thought that a free event like DevFest would get, attendees USDs, right? In addition to the mesh and all that. Wow, this is like a top offering for our 15th year anniversary, and we are so grateful to Clever for that. Stella is asking, is Clever a bank?
So Clever is a fintech. So we are not a bank in the traditional sense. So
Okay.
we are a licensed entity, and we have, we essentially provide you a USD bank account that is underwritten and guided by the same rules that traditional US bank accounts are guided by. So what you get is an actual US bank account in a bank that exists. But as a fintech, we help to facilitate that process.
Absolutely. I think that is a very clear process. And I believe Salom has already gotten the answer to the question. I will take one last question or a feedback actually. Deborah is saying that if you already have a Clever account, you can't benefit from goodies at GDG. Is that the case?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. If you already have a Clever account, do come to our booth, come see us. That's even more reason for us to give you something, right? Come tell us what your experience has been. Come tell us how the sign-up process was like for you, what challenges you faced. And there are so many opportunities for you to get Clever goodies. So yeah, definitely do reach out. And Deborah, you can come find me in particular for this question. Yeah.
Deborah, wow. You see, the sessions we've had so far is saying that put yourself out there. And Deborah has just won herself some mesh and some really cool goodies from Clever. Thank you very much, Joseph, for this very, very important session and for sponsoring DevFest Accra 2025. We look forward to the in-person session. So at this juncture, we are going to go on a quick break. And when we come back, we would go ahead with about 4 more sessions. Actually, there are 4 more sessions for you. And this is just a teaser for the in-person DevFest Accra. Catch you after the break.
that's how we go. Fast with the flow, powered by the code. Cloud in the sky, eye in the soul. We build the future, we in control. Uplift the theme, write the dream. Systems tight and lightning clean. Test, release, repeat, improve. Tech so strong, we always groove. Hands up high for every dev. Writing scripts from the crowd to the rest. From idea to launch, we make it loud. AI plus cloud, we make Ghana proud. Build it safe, we build it strong. AI and clouds, we move along. Code so clean, the future's near. Scaling dreams, no doubt, no fear. Click deploy, we on the rise. Innovation in our eyes. Security locked, we never sleep. Scaling heights, we're running deep. Safe, secure, scalable, that's how we go. Fast with the flow, powered by the code. Cloud in the sky, eye in the soul. We build the future, we in control. Uplift the team, write the dream. Systems tight and lightning clean. Test, release, repeat, improve. Tech so strong, we always groove. Hands up high for every dev. Writing scripts from the crowd to the rest. From idea to launch, we make it loud. AI plus cloud, we make Ghana proud. Oh. We build it Ghana proud. We make Ghana proud. We build the future. Uplift the team, write the dream. Systems tight and lightning clean. Test, release, repeat, improve. Tech so strong, we always groove. Hands up high for every dev. Writing scripts from the crowd to the rest. From idea to launch, we make it loud. AI plus cloud, we make Ghana proud.
Welcome back to DevFest Accra 2025, Day 1, the virtual edition live on YouTube. We are live on YouTube on GDG Accra. If you are watching us from wherever in Ghana, kindly give us a subscribe, a like, comment, and share this live session with your friends. As you know, we have been able to share so many goodies with you. For those who weren't able to register before this for the in-person, before this event, we have been able to open up registration so that you could register. We just heard from Clever, who is the platinum sponsor of DevFest Accra, and he has assured us that if you are able to pass through the booth at DevFest Accra, there are so many goodies in store: tote bag, t-shirts, even USDs. That is top notch. And so we have done the first half of this DevFest Accra online session. If you are just joining us, we have had sessions on how to build AI agents. We've had Mustafa, GDE expert. GDE means Google Developer Expert in cloud. And we've had building inclusive AI experiences with sign language with Carlos, who is GDE Android. Mr. Ibrahim has opened our minds on building the mindset and attitude for career excellence in tech. We've had Udesh, GDE Cloud, talk about autonomous AI using Google Cloud. And we have a lot of these Googlers coming to DevFest Accra. So if you will be joining us next week, which I'm sure all of you would be, it's going to be exciting. Yes, so that's how far we have come. We have 4 more sessions to go. We are going to the session that talks about human-centered leadership, building an AI-ready culture where people and technology thrive. And a gentle reminder that DevFest Accra is brought to you with sponsorship from Clever, who we just spoke to, MEST Africa, Fata School, Amalitech, and partners such as Spryness, Women Tech Makers Accra, NITA, the Ministry of Communications, Beaver AI, Flatter Ghana, Studentpreneur Africa, Icon Photography, and Cut Loft, Deduce Photography, Credo, Morella Designs. And of course, if you enjoy the music, I saw a comment that someone was asking that, is this going to be on Spotify? Yes, the music is going to be on Spotify, so expect it, expect it on Spotify. Yes, this is still DevFest Accra. And at this juncture, I'm going to invite Dr. Chichi Efia, founder, lead with Dr. Chichi Efia. and she is right here, beautifully dressed. How are you doing, Dr. Chichi?
I'm great. Can you hear me? Just sound check. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Awesome. Okay, great. I'm doing awesome. Thanks. But I hear an echo though, so. Can you hear me? You're on mute. You're on mute, Akwe.
Yes, I can hear you. I'm so sorry about that. So you can present your slides by clicking the, okay, your slides are already here, looking beautifully designed. All right, over to you then.
All right, thank you very much, and thanks everyone for having me here. I do not take it for granted, and I really enjoy what's going on with DevFest, DevFest Accra, and of course having everyone here. So my name is Dr. Chichi Afia, and
sorry, quick one.
Yeah.
Sorry, if you can present your screen, if you can just present
It's
it,
not showing.
that would really help so that we can see the full screen. If that is something that you can do, kindly do that for us. Thank you.
Okay, let me see. I thought I saw it show up right now.
If you also need help, you can send the slides to the team and we will gladly present it for you. It was showing, but it wasn't in presentation mode and we could barely make the smaller letters on the presentation. So if you can just present it and then make it a full screen mode, that would really help.
What do you see now?
Yes, it's much better now.
Okay, still good? Okay. All right. So today we're going to be talking about something that's probably been in all of our minds worldwide, which is AI, right? But here's a twist today where we're going to talk about the human side of it. We're talking more, we'll keep the tech side of it just a little to the side, and we'll talk more about the human side and how you as developers, tech leaders, innovators can build something truly amazing. All right, so I'm going to tell you a very short story about a flight that I went on. And on this flight, everything was going very smooth. You know, how a calm, easygoing flight. And for me, I hate turbulence. And then out of nowhere, turbulence just came, just like that. Now, it wasn't that kind of small shaking that just, that you shake and just, you move on. This was a type that you would jump off your chair, your drink probably pours on the floor. It was a terrible one. And to be honest, my hands were sweating. As a Nigerian, I was speaking it, religious people. So I was speaking in tongues and like praying for, forgiveness of sins and all of that. Now, in that moment, the pilot's voice came in from the intercom, very calm. Ladies and gentlemen, we've hit some turbulence. We're adjusting altitude. Nothing to worry about. We'll get through it safely. In my mind, I was like, no way. Like I was just kabashing, right? The turbulence didn't disappear, but I saw that people around me were a bit calm, right? They had calmed down a little. I think it was just me that was so tense. I was still clenching to my armrest. But then it hit me while I was preparing for this conversation that that's exactly where we are with AI today. AI is the turbulence. AI is disrupting a lot of us, a lot of businesses. It's shaking the way we work, the way we lead. It's very unsettling for a lot of leaders. But just like that flight, the real difference that calmed people down was the voice of the pilot. And that voice of the pilot represents leadership in the place of turbulence. So here today, we're going to talk about human-centered leadership and how organizations, even you yourself, can start preparing your businesses to introduce AI in a way that is human-centered rather than just focused on technology alone. Right. So my name is Dr. Chichi Afia, and I've spent a decade helping tech teams, over a decade actually, helping tech teams navigate digital transformations. I've seen companies succeed brilliantly with AI. I've seen others learn through AI. I'm an avid learner, so I'll say I'm learning through AI and building platforms with AI. I'm a global speaker, and in fact, I will be in Ghana in November for the Global Entrepreneurship Conference or Festival happening in Ghana. And I'm also an author of the Queen of Pivots Playbook, which is a guidance to help people transition in their careers. Now, I had a host of questions for the chat room, but I'm going to have to skip the interactive part because I can't really see the audience, but I believe there will be questions and I'll be glad to interact there. But let's move on for today. So now let's address the elephant in the room, right? I believe that you guys have heard the phrase, AI won't replace you, but people or leaders who use AI might. Now, don't rush, don't run and change your LinkedIn title to AI expert or AI consultant. No, you don't need to do that. What I do want to say is AI is a powerful tool, not a human replacement. So think about it like this. When Git was introduced, it didn't replace developers, did it? No. It just helped them be more effective. When frameworks like Angular, React came along, it didn't replace developers. It just helped us become better users and helped us build applications faster, right? Now, the second point is where it gets very interesting, right? Leaders and teams that leverage AI gain a real advantage, and that's true. And I'm talking about those teams that use AI to automate their testing, generate better documentation, or even use AI as partners for code reviews. They are shipping faster with fewer bugs, and honestly, some of these developers are having fun doing it, right? Now, here's what I've learned working with tech teams in Africa and globally. Embracing AI isn't about replacing your creativity or your problem-solving skills. I look at it as partnership. Having a junior developer who never gets tired, who's always there to support you with those mundane stuff, those mundane things that you do, that's it's really time tasking, so that you can focus on solving cooler problems or real problems, right? So integrating AI drives your growth and success of your product. You know what I see? I see a lot of things happening where companies, and it's a pattern, and I've also been guilty about it. Companies rushing to implement AI without thinking about their people. They're so excited about the technology, which is great, but they forget the humans who have to work with it. Everything that you put into AI, right, AI amplifies everything. So if you have poor processes, biased decision-making processes, or dysfunctional culture, guess what? AI is going to make all of that worse. But this time it's going to scale it even more at a very, very fast, with a lightning speed. So I've worked with companies that implemented AI for loan approvals. I work with a lot of banking and cybersecurity teams and fintechs, right? They use it for loan approvals. That's usually the first point of contact for customers, right? It all sounds great, but they trained it on historical data that was already biased. So instead of fixing the problem of bias, they automated it, right? And that's why, of course, it amplifies garbage in, garbage out. So once we understand that, we know that AI needs intentional leadership, which will have to be culture first. What's your culture like, right? If your culture is one that is biased against women in HR, or is biased against certain types of people, it will tell, right? So let's look at what we're building, what we're using AI for. Are we solving the right problems with AI? Do we even need to use it right now? So you have to go through a problem solving, figure out what's the best situation for you or for your organization. And that brings me to, what's your why? What's your AI why? What's your why in using AI, right? Of course, I personally promote AI ethics, and I am very strong in if you have an AI strategy, if you don't have the right governance and ethics, then you do need to look into why you're using AI. There's a lot of pressure. Your CEO has probably heard about ChatGPT, Gen AI, Agentic AI at a conference, or has seen competitors use it, claiming, machine learning, and every startup wants to use it. But rushing into AI without a clear purpose is like starting to code without understanding the requirements. As people that work in the tech space, you already know that your requirements comes first, right? Now, so I want us to break it down, right? You can use AI for efficiency-focused work, right? So this is for when you or your team, you're drowning in repetitive tasks, doing the same thing, mundane work all over and over again. Think of automated testing, or code generation, or building smarter deployment pipelines. If you find yourself ever doing the same thing over and over again, this might be your path. For example, I lead a group of agile leads in my organization, and we have weekly updates. I tell them, hey, go use AI to bring those updates to me. You don't need to type manually. Just get me just the points that we need for that. Don't waste too much time doing that, because that task is very mundane. For augmented focused AI, this is about making humans superhumans, partnering with AI to make your people more superhuman. Maybe it's an AI assist code review, or maybe a tool that helps debug with intelligent debugging or something. You're not replacing anyone. You're not replacing people. You're making everyone better. And when we look at experience-focused AI, it's improving customer or user interaction, whether you're using chatbots. If you look at AI in those three lenses, you might be able to fit a why behind your AI. So think about the why before you implement. Okay, so you figured out the why, right? That's great. But now comes the harder question. And I need to be, you need to be really honest with yourself at this point. Is your culture ready for AI? So I've looked at different, ways, well, from my experience working with teams in general and teams that build AI. And I have these 3 pillars of AI readiness. And I honestly feel like companies need to check that out. So first is psychological safety. First up, right? This means that your team feels safe to experiment and fail. They can adapt to AI tools without fear of job loss. If someone in your team tried an AI tool and it didn't work out perfectly, would they be comfortable sharing that failure with you? Or would you hide it and pretend everything went smoothly? So if you don't have a culture of psychological safety, introducing AI, which is really pretty much experimenting and thinking differently, if that psychological safety is not present, then you probably need to check your culture, right? Because AI is bringing change, and people react to change differently, and your environment is part of the factors that determine how change is received. The second one is appetite, change appetite. Organizations with higher learning agility, they see failed AI adoption as, oh, like that's such a bad thing. But there's something called the sunk cost, right? You experiment and start with little scale, or start little and scale from there. It isn't about being okay with change, it's about being hungry for it. When new AI tools come out, is your team's first reaction, oh, let's try that, yes? Or are they like, oh my God, something else to learn, I'm not ready for that? So for you to introduce AI into your environment, you do have to have a group of people who are ready, who have that change appetite, who are eager to learn something new, who are growth mindset rather than fixed-minded people, right? And I call those people a culture ad, like they help promote your culture. And finally, learning systems. Companies with continuous learning cultures, reports higher ROI. And this means that you have systems in place for people to share their learnings, to build on each other, to discover, right? And also experiment. So these three factors are what I use when I talk to organizations about change itself, right? Do you have these three pillars of readiness? If you don't, then you probably need to do a lot more work setting up the foundation before introducing it. Now, change doesn't scale without champions. Yes, I totally follow this, because you know what else doesn't work? When you're implementing AI, you're hiring an expensive consultant to come in and implement AI for you. You know what else doesn't work? It is mandating everyone from top to bottom, hey, we're going to use AI, we must use AI. What actually works is finding the people in your organization who are naturally curious, who love to think through, who get excited about solving problems, and who are very good at empowering change in such a way that they become your AI champions, right? And you have to identify your super users. Who are the people that are curious? Who are the early adopters? Right now, honestly, I think we're past the phase of early adopting in AI. I think we're somewhere in the middle. But you do need to find out those people who are AI champions, who love to try new things. Equip them, give them advanced training. Don't just throw them into the deep end and say, hey, just go and tell people about AI and come back with results. No, train them, give them training, give them access to the tools they need, the resources they need, and most importantly, give them the problem to solve. Give them problems to solve, right? So you're going to give clear directions. Then the next phase is to empower their voice. Let the champions share their wins. Let them also share their failures publicly. Let them be storytellers of their AI journey. So when I see companies do their demos, come in, they build something, do their demos and share, hey, this is where we failed, this is where we progressed. It's a lot of encouragement, because it helps people know, we're just humans trying to work with this thing. And it also helps them empower their voice. And if you think about your organization, for those who are implementing AI in their project, who are people that can champion your AI projects, or your AI, the AI, what you're building? Who are those? It could be like a senior developer who's always trying out new things. You'll be a product manager who just loves automation. Identify those AI champions, those people who love change, and leverage their enthusiasm. Now, this part is honestly very important. I know that data. I know data bias is not like the sexiest topic we want to talk about, but it's not as exciting as showing off your new AI chatbot. But the reality is, and the truth is, if you get things wrong, all other stuff on top of it won't matter. So the process I usually go through is your historical data. Does that favor a certain demographics? Does your customer data exclude maybe certain type of population? Or is the code you're using written by just one type of developer? If your data is biased, then every other thing will be biased. Your AI model learns and amplifies existing patterns in the data. It doesn't question, it will not question whether those patterns are fair or right. No, there's a limitation. And that's why we say AI is great. It's a great tool, but it's only as good as what you feed it with, what it learns, right? So if there's any discriminatory factor in there, it'll give you the same thing right back. So if you have biased inputs, that's what you're going to get. So while you're building AI, make sure that humans are behind it, giving feedback and are changing, updating things, because AI does not eliminate bias. It systemizes it even more. That's warning. That warning I have at the bottom of the screen here, it's for real. It's not just a legal term, it's for real. Right? So look at your data, look at your training data. Make sure your AI is okay. For example, if you're building or training an AI that's let's say a music AI, right? If your AI is only learning Afro beats, right? It may see Western playlists like, oh, this isn't real. So you do need to train your model with the right data so it doesn't discriminate. Secondly, you need to get different perspectives. If you of course, a person who takes public transport, right, will spot problems that car owners might miss. So different backgrounds catch different blind spots. So lean into the different perspectives, lean into humans when you're adopting AI so they can tell like where we're getting it wrong or where we're getting it right. Again, start with the problem in mind. Here's my philosophy, right? The best AI implementations, they solve problems people actually have, not problems technology can theoretically address, right? So I've built some AI apps, right? And I really didn't think about what is the pain point I'm trying to solve, right? Look at it from the way you look at any other business. What's the pain point I'm trying to solve, right? Could it be manual data entry? Could it be repetitive customer inquiries, scheduling conflicts? The other speaker here spoke about building inclusive AI experiences in sign language. I thought that was very brilliant, right? Because that's a pain point. Think of the pain points and it's a cell, right? The other day I was thinking about elderly care. What pain points do they have there that AI can support with, right? So, however, in all of this, here's what I've learned. Start small, right? Find the problem, start small, start specific, and start with something that genuinely annoys people. If it annoys people and AI can solve it, then yes, go for it. right? But make sure that you're not just having AI for the sake of it. Right. So as you introduce AI, and please, I'm not looking at the time, so just interrupt me if I need to stop. I cannot tell you how many times I've walked into organizations where leadership is trying to motivate AI adoption, and I hear things like, everyone must use AI now, or AI knows better. I've heard that before. And people just resist, or they completely, just stay away, right? But what if we flip the script? Instead of making this fear-based messages or threats with AI, what if we said, oh, AI will eliminate repetitive tasks so you can focus on creative problem solving? Suddenly AI becomes your ally, not a replacement. So the way change happens, or the way change is communicated, is extremely important, especially with AI. Now, instead of saying everyone must use AI now, how about saying, let's explore how AI can make your hardest work easier? And I'm talking to leaders, right? Instead of saying AI knows better, AI provides insights, but you make the final decision, right? You're still the expert. AI is just really good at good research. She's a research assistant. Now, this leads me to, I remember coaching a development team in Lagos, yes, where they were all terrified that AI would make them obsolete. To some extent, yeah, because they had to step up their game, and learn more. However, 6 months later, after we reframed AI as a coding companion, they were the most productive team in the company. Same people, same skills, just better tool and better mindset, better communication. So remember, I want you to remember, people don't resist AI. They resist being made to feel obsolete. The moment you feel like you're useless, it's going to make you're like, oh, it's a sudden resistance. But make your people feel empowered to use AI, right? Now, there's something I call the 3 gates of AI. And these three questions, I think of them as quality gates, right? Working with tech teams, quality is just as important as what you build, right? So just like you wouldn't deploy a code without testing, you shouldn't deploy AI without passing these 3 gates. The first gate is, should we even do it? Just because you can doesn't mean that you should. It's either, is this ethical? Is this the best use of our resources? Will this actually help people? Will it help our customers? Not for the sake of AI. Like let's think through that. Then the second gate is, can we? Do we have the data quality, the technical capability, the ethical safeguards to implement this responsibly? Or will we answer questions like, are we committed to ongoing human oversight? Regular audits have to happen, and even a course correction when it's needed, right? So all these are important. These gates are meant to, they're not meant to make you slow down. They're meant to help you build AI systems that actually work and that people can actually trust. So great AI leadership is about asking the right questions and ensuring humans remain at the center of every decision. So that was my last slide, and it's a wrap. First of all, I want to say thank you for your time, and thanks for having me at DevFest Accra. Here's what I want you to remember. The future really belongs to organizations who put human at the center, regardless of technology. And I am open to connecting. If you will, scan your slides. Let's get connected. And hey, thank you. Keep building amazing things and keep putting humans first. And remember, in the age of AI, humanity first, then technology. Thank you.
Indeed, in the age of AI, humanity first and technology. That was brilliant. That was a very brilliant session presentation that you had. Thank you very much, Dr. Chichi. At this juncture, we would like to take some questions in the chat. If you have any question, and I believe you already know the drill, as the speakers are talking and you have any questions, kindly put them in the chat so that the speaker can quickly address it before she goes. I'm seeing a lot of emojis and chats. Everyone is so excited about your session, but I'm not seeing any questions. So I will just say thank you very much, Dr. Chichi, and I wish you the very best.
All right. Thank you so much. Have a great
Oh,
one. Bye, everyone.
bye. Okay. Wow. Human-centered leadership. Dr. Chichi told us about how we can build an AI ready culture where people and technology can thrive. And she shared insights into how you can build something with AI. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I was just interrupted by my team. Yes, she spoke about how you can build AI and how you can leverage it in your team conversations and business decisions, especially if you are the CEO and you want to include AI, how to go about it. And she also tackled the fear of the fact that AI could, make some jobs obsolete. And she spoke about how you can leverage AI in decision making as well. So moving on, we are going to have the next speaker, who is Iro Nkechi Omolola, going to speak to us also about the power of micro interactions in web UX. And I'm just going to bring her on stage. But so far, I think we are seeing very positive comments from our audience about Dr. Chichi's session. Dr. Chichi, I really appreciate your insights on the human side of AI adoption. Please, how do you practically measure whether AI initiatives are truly okay? So there's a question. And unfortunately, Dr. Chichi is no longer here, but she shared her LinkedIn and her other social. So kindly reach out to her on LinkedIn. All the speaker details are available on GDG Accra's social media, particularly on LinkedIn and Instagram, and of course X. So please reach out to her, and she's going to talk about all the questions. Ira, if you are around, if you can just come up and share your slides. So Ira is going to speak to us about the power of micro interactions in web UX. And this basically is going to talk about the little things that makes your UX, more powerful, makes the user find delight in the applications that you build in your web applications. And I think Ira is ready for us. But while we wait for Iro, just a warm reminder that DevFest Accra is proudly sponsored by Clever, Mest Africa, Fata School, and Amali Tech. And we have partners of Sprinex, Women Tech Makers, the Ministry of Communications, NITA Ghana, Beaver AI, Flatter Ghana, Studentpreneur Africa, Icon, Photography and Cat Loft, Deduce Photography, Credo, Morella Designs. So it seems Ira is having some technical challenges, and so I'm going to bring up the next speaker, Elvis Kwabena Asari in Chroma, data scientist at Jita Solutions. He is going to share with us on the topic of From Curiosity to Clarity, demystifying data for everyday impact. Demystifying data for everyday impact. Yeah, warmly, what are you doing?
Hello, Aquile, please, can I be heard?
Yes, you can be heard. How are you doing tonight?
I am excellent. What about
Okay,
you?
I'm good. What are you going to talk to us about? Just a brief before you put up your presentation slides.
All right, so today I'm going to talk about from curiosity to clarity, and demystifying data for everyday impact. And it's just a brief talk on how even non-technical people and we technical people can make good use of data to drive insights from our normal daily lives. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe you can present your slides now. We can see it. So I leave the floor to you.
All right, please, can I begin now?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can begin.
All right, so good evening, everyone. Brief introduction. I am Elvis Kabnasar Nkrumah, a data scientist with Green Energy Transitions Africa. And then last year, or my previous final year, I was the co-organizer for the Good Developer Group on campus University of Ghana. Today, I'm coming to talk about a topic in data, how we can derive insights from the normal data we use. And before I give my talk, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude to the DevFest team and for giving me this opportunity to have this talk. I must say, I am very, very grateful. So today I come to talk about data. To begin this a question I want us to think and reflect on. How many of us made decisions using data this week? And to talk about this, let's consider the simplest things we do. You take your phone, you want to check the weather before you step out. What is the weather going to look like today? These simple questions. Today, what do I have to do? You go on the net, you want to find out a particular information. These are daily decisions in our lives, in which we use data to inform everything we do. In our present age and time, data is the new gold. And it has been said all the time, and people are hearing it. But really, to talk about data, there are two things we have to look at: data analysis and data analytics. And oftentimes, people conflict both of them or interchange them. For example, in looking at analysis, we combine statistical techniques to find out what happened to our data and then produce reports describing the situation or making people understand a brief intro of what the data speaks about. But when we go to data analytics, we are looking at from collecting the data, or after doing the analysis, what is the next step? How do we use it to drive business decisions? How do we use it to make impact? How do we use it to inform decisions in organization? And this is what analytics aim to achieve. We ask ourselves, how can we forecast next month's sales? And this is what the area of data analytics aims to talk about. And so in analysis forms a subset of analytics, because in analytics, you aim to get an overview of the data before now, what's next? Or how do we make next decisions? Or how do we derive insights for decision making? This is what the analytics aims to cover. Now, why data for everyday impact? Because everyone, sometimes we are not conscious of the data we are using, but almost 1 petabyte of data is being produced every day. For the text message you send to someone, with that YouTube video you are watching, data is being generated almost every second in our world today. And so businesses, governments, and students can make daily choices with data. Now, in making these daily choices, there are 2 points. We can look at it as you deciding to make good use of data with clarity or without clarity. And so if we say without clarity, that means that the data you're having already, there's bias, there's misinterpretation, and then there's confusion. But we making data-driven decisions which informs us or which brings clarity, it means that after everything we do with the data, is we are driving actionable insights, we're able to build better outcomes, and then it's supposed to be building or boosting efficiency in our companies or institutions. Now, most of our speakers today have spoken about AI. And from my data science or analytics view, you must stress that in this present age and time, AI is changing the way we do our analysis or the way we go about our data science projects. For example, anybody without a non-tech background can create a Google form, right? The responses can come in a Google Sheet. Now, some people might not necessarily have a technical background to analyze this data, but from Google Sheets AI, they're able to get formula suggestions, smart fill, and then even they're able to build charts on their own by this AI. And so they're able to build charts, look at the overall details of the data, and then this AI is helping or revolutionize the way we see analysis in this age. In this age, when building data science projects, by the help of Google Colab and data science agents, AI assistant is an AI assistant for cleaning and exploring data. And this AI assistant has made the way we go about the data science projects very, very different. AI is changing the game in analysis, and then it's helping us make more decisions or making decision making very, very easy. Not to talk about ChatGPT. Today, almost more and more people are using ChatGPT for the analysis because with the new improved models, it makes data cleaning, structuring, and even gathering insights very, very easy. Now, taking an example like Google Sheets, has made validating and cleaning data very, very simple. Today, somebody can just automate some responses or data from a Google Sheet and then ensure that a particular column or a particular response is providing data the respondent has to give. So if you are creating a form and then we want people to specify age in terms of age ranges and then not simple digits with data validation, we can ensure that we are getting the exact form of data. And then this process is timely because with Google Sheets, you can do this all along, and then it can be synchronized all for you. Now, there are also in validation checks, and this makes data validation and cleaning. Data helps us tell a story. By data storytelling, data is what you come out with. So it's garbage in, garbage out. If your data is not good, there is forms of that bias. You don't expect your insights to be fair. You don't expect your insights to reveal the truth about your data. And so in ensuring that there's good insights, there's clean data, there's better insights for people to make business decisions, and even us as individuals, these validation and cleaning techniques help us a lot in this present age and era. Now, similarly, in the age or in the era of data visualization, time ago, people used to use specific softwares for only data validation. And this time of AI, it is really simplifying the need for data and visualization. For example, with some AIs like Julius AI, you're able to build charts and dashboards just after uploading your data set and then telling the AI a brief history about the data and then what you want to get. For example, if you are building your charts, you can give it an idea of the chart you want to build, and then it can even suggest whether it is possible to build their charts, and then it gives you more insight based on that chart. Now, in storytelling or in data storytelling, context. So, what's the history behind your data? What is the story behind your data? And then the narrative. So, what's the history behind the data? What's the data telling us? And then the visuals. So, you showing your bar charts and then your scatter plots. It's not only the thing, but you showing us, you giving us a story behind the data. It's all what data storytelling helps us with. So, for example, in sales data, after your analysis, after the charts, after using the AIs to do the dashboards for doing the heat maps, how are we how are we able to inform individuals about the insights we have gotten? How do we make impact in our data? How do we make better decisions with our data? And then this is what in the present time AI is helping us to do. And so in looking at this, we are able to turn numbers into stories. We are able to give people a narrative of our data, how the data is looking like, and then how to, more importantly, drive business decisions with our data. Should we bring on board something? Should we approve this marketing technique? All these things are decisions being made based on data collected, and then it's helping industries and companies make better and better insights. Now, real stories and real impacts. For example, for students, students realizing that they've made 7 mistakes, they are able to redesign questionnaires. So sometimes you can even automate your Google Forms in a sense that you set boundaries so that you receive a particular form of data you want. Is it a short form question? Is it a paragraph question? Do you want a date type? All these things are made very simple. And then in those in the business, not even to talk about the large companies, but as smaller businesses, how do they track customer behavior? How do they track customer engagement? This all this is being the fact that data can be used and is being used for impact. And then in companies like this, it's helping them discover insights, which is helping them improve and boost their productivity. Now, similarly, in this age of AI, I want to mention some few latest trends. So in this year, we have seen AI dashboards which help create beautiful visuals, and then there are natural language querying and techniques. So for example, in Tableau, the helper can help you get more questions for your data. When you select particular columns, you know whether you can add or you can build some charts with those particular columns you have. Similarly too for Google Sheets. Now, when you want to build charts, you don't even necessarily have to ask yourself, is this buildable or will this thing come out right? You can just see, or the AI can just suggest whether for those particular columns you can get some particular charts, and then it makes it very, very easy. With simple prompts, you can just get your visuals just in a matter of seconds. And also data and so we are democratizing data. So it means that now anybody can do analytics. Gone are the time that people who take data science course and then professional certifications are the only people in data. Now we have people in healthcare, people in education who are being onboarded or taking some type of basic training so that they are able to apply the data science knowledge in their particular domain. And so it has brought a rise of people we call citizen analysts who didn't normally pass the traditional type of training and you think data people will pass through, but in their domain, they learn data in addition, and then they are being able to improve decisions in that area. Now in Ghana, there are opportunities across different sectors. It's just 4 I have shortlisted to help my presentation, but there are opportunities everywhere. And agriculture data is being used for cocoa yield prediction, and then in the future, you can have even more projects like improving pest management. You can go to finance and in health and in transport. And all these, sometimes these opportunities don't come like the way we expect. Sometimes they come in competitions like hackathons, where you are given a particular problem to solve, and then with the aim or with your data knowledge, when you partake in these competitions, it gives you the industry exposure, and then you are able to learn how data is making real impact in diverse sectors. Now, in talking about the good sides, we have to acknowledge the fact that there are some challenges even in these present times of AI. The fact that still there can be problem with data quality and then validation, because ensuring accuracy and completeness of information, it varies in local context. That means in different domains, sometimes what you want from your data is not what you necessarily get, because there's still a gap, right? Which we can still bridge in a matter of time. Also, in area of access and then literacy, we have to educate people so that they're able to understand the main content you are giving them. Is in your survey, is in your Google form. Are we able to create AI so that they collect data in our local dialects, and then this data is able to help us make business decisions, so hindering the pace at which AI is going in the area of data. Also, how do we balance tradition? So integrating data-driven insights with established, in quotes, community traditions. They are used to collecting data with, let's say, a notebook. So when they are registering people, they are used to taking a pen and paper to write names of people. Now you are telling them to use a Google form. Why should they go in for that? People are not willing to, in some cases, people are not willing to accept change. How do you convince them on this? And also, local innovation. It's still, there are still challenges which present unique opportunities for localized innovation and then problem solving tailored to Ghanaian opportunities. Despite this, we still need to empower Ghanaian communities with data. And so local NGOs in the past or quite recent times have been using data to improve water access in northern Ghana. And students have worked on several projects, and some of them even in their undergraduate thesis, they have worked on projects which in them they were analyzing air quality data in Accra for community projects and farmers, and even some current startups in Ghana are improving the agricultural sector because they are implementing simple analytics for better harvest planning or solving problems in the agriculture sector. In bridging tech and tradition in Ghana, there's a conversation we need to have. And then the conversation is, how do we blend data insights with local knowledge? So in using data for, let's say, traditional festivals, how are they able to improve marketing? How do they collect data of people who have come to the festival so that in every year they're able to improve the attendance of people in their local festivals? How do people apply analytics in traditional crafts? When tech meets culture in Ghana, how do we improve our digital creativity spaces? This is conversation. This age of AI, there's an opportunity for us, but there are still challenges we are facing. In the long run, we can make everyday impact from data with not necessarily having a data background, but you can begin by taking on something. You can start with curiosity and then end with clarity. Use AI tools to simplify, not complicate. Validate before analyzing. Tell stories and not numbers. And so finally, advise that when you want to begin in this journey, when you want to make that everyday impact in your domain, it can be in healthcare, education, anywhere. Start with a simple data set and explore it. Use an AI assistant like the one in Google Sheets or even Colab for your next project. And then let's see the impact you can make from your data. Thank you very much. And my talk was by me once again, Elvis Kabnasa and Kruma. And you can follow me on LinkedIn in the same name. And then thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Elvis. Wow. Thank you very much for sharing these insights. I saw one person's comment that's how excited I get when someone in data science in the data science space talks about it. Yes. So you have really broken it down into very bite-sizable insights. And I believe everyone in the comments today, I think our most active participants are Deborah, Honey, and I think, okay, Jacob as well. But Deborah, thank you very much for showing up and for always, commenting. And I'm sure you get a prize, a token from us at the in-person, the first Accra. So look for Shadrach. Okay, so at this juncture, if you have any questions, you can ask Elvis. He is still on the session. If you have any questions, kindly ask him. Okay. All right. We would just say a very big thank you to you for making this session very insightful, Elvis. Yeah. At this juncture, I will just quickly mention that we have the next speaker here with us. The next speaker, who is Ira. Ira is now ready. She's the front-end lead of First Delivery Co. She's going to speak to us on the power of micro interactions in web UX. I would like to bring Ira on stage. How are you doing? You're on mute, please.
Hi, sorry. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good too. Are you ready for us?
Yes, I am.
Okay. What are
Thank
you
you
going to
for
speak
the
to us
invite.
about? Something small about your presentation.
Okay, so majorly, I'm going to be talking about the power of micro interactions in web US because I get to see products where the focus is more on functionality, leaving behind the fact that there is a need for micro interactions ensuring that the UI is intuitive enough and gives a proper and good user experience for users to enjoy and experience the websites or app while they are using. So I'm just going to be talking more on the micro interactions so that people can pay more attention into that while building a product.
All right, go for it.
Yeah, hi everyone. How we all doing? So I will need some reactions, send in reactions. Let me know that you are ready for the section. So I need reactions. I need everybody to be active now at this time. Topic is the power of micro interaction in web US, right? And I'm sure I'm talking to the techies here. When it comes to micro interactions, just as it is, micro, something small, and interactions where you get feedbacks. Imagine yourself to use an application now, and in the application, you're trying to log in, right? You put in your email and your password, and you click the button, the login button, and you're not seeing any reaction on that button. Yeah, I totally understand how you're feeling right now. That's the way user is going to feel when they click the button and they're not getting feedback on that button because the button did not interact with them. So that's why we need to pay more attention into the power of micro interaction in web US. US is the user experience. While we are focusing on building great websites, first you need to have the mindset of user, because the user is the one interacting with the website. And if user is the one interacting with websites, you need to ensure they have good experience, because the experience they feel or they have on your website determines how you have communicated your vision or the vision of the business of the brand to them. So this is a thought. Think about the last time you liked a post on Instagram, right? The little heart paused, a subtle animation happened. You know that moment where um you click on Instagram post and the icon turns from a white and gray border to a heart color red. That's a feedback that, oh, I liked it and it showed that it had liked. That's reaction is micro interaction. That's little animation that happened is micro interaction. So imagine if you had clicked the like button and nothing happened. You're not sure. The user is not sure if that post was actually liked. So that's why paying attention to micro interaction is very, very key. Micro interactions. What is micro interaction? Micro interactions are subtle single purpose animations designed to provide immediate feedback, a visual cues in response to user actions. These seemingly small details, as small as it is, are pivotal in transforming everyday interactions into memorable experience, making digital products not just functional, but also intuitive, engaging, and highly efficient. In web experiences, the small details often leave the biggest impact. In web experiences, the small details often leave the biggest impact. You might see it as small as the web design is, the website, as small as it is, maybe as small as the button, the let's say the icons when you interact with them, and you think it's not something you should focus on, you realize that those little reactions or interactions that the user experience on the website gives that big impact to them, that okay, your website is actually working as it should, because all these experiences matters when user wants to interact with the website. You need to put the website, the user interaction, user experience in mind when you're designing a website. And for users to have good experiences, these small details, as small as it is, as interactions on the website, is important enough. Because if I click a button and I'm not getting maybe the loader, I'm not getting something that is loading, or when I hover on a button and nothing is happening, I just see that actual button not to work, because it's an action. When somebody tries to do something, it's an action. The person needs a feedback And that's why, as little as it is, it gives biggest impact. The psychology behind micro interactions. The human brain thrives on immediate feedback, and micro interactions perfectly fulfill this need by providing instant, gratifying responses to user actions. More than just functional cues, they meticulously build trust, offer essential clarity, and evoke genuine positive emotions, effectively elevating the routine functional experiences into truly enjoyable and memorable engagement. I want to come to your website, I click buttons, I'm getting a feedback, I over on something or an action button, and I'm getting a response as little as it is, right? It leaves memory to me that, and I can also tell others that, okay, this button is for login, because when I clicked on it, it showed me that it was actually loading. There are times whereby you're trying to download something. Imagine you see a button download, you clicked on the button, and you're not seeing any place where the file is being downloading. You don't know how long it will take for the file to download, and you're just there waiting without any status showing that, okay, still downloading. You have 1 minute, you have 2 minutes, or you have 10% or 90% to the downloading rate. Those things actually gives good user experience. Imagine you not having that, and you click on the download button and you're just waiting endlessly. User will end up leaving that website because I don't know if it's downloading or not, whereas it's downloading on the ground, but they are not getting the interaction they need or the reaction they need from an action that they have taken. That's why we need to pay attention to micro interaction, because it helps the human brain to thrive on immediate feedback. The psychology works with the feedback loops, the clarity, and the trust. So the feedback loops, micro interactions deliver immediate responses to user, fulfilling the brain's fundamental need for instant feedback and confirmation. I click a button, I want an instant feedback that something is happening. Okay, should I wait for a minute? It's loading. Oh, okay. Or it takes me to the next page because I need a feedback immediately because I've done an action. Clarity, by clearly confirming user actions and conveying current status. Micro interactions eliminate uncertainty and provide a sense of control. That this clarity is the example I gave on downloading. I'm clear to know that, okay, it's actually downloading, right? I don't have to click the button multiple times to get the feedback, and I'm very certain that it is downloading. I get feedback when the download stops, that it has stopped downloading. I get feedback when it has downloaded successfully, that this download is successful. So I'm not uncertain about my actions or my experience on the website. Then trust, subtle yet effective. Micro interactions reinforce trust by providing reassurance, clarity, and consistency.
Okay, it looks like we we have a challenge with Ira. Ira's session has just been frozen, and but that was a very clearly interactive session talking about micro interactions, and even as someone who already knows a bit of how it works in UX, I still find it very fascinating, and as I read the comments, I am also very excited by how people are receiving the session so far. And Haniru 404 says any Duolingo users here can testify the power of micro interactions. As a Duolingo user myself, I can definitely attest to that fact. And I think we already put a link in the chat that says DevFest Accra, DevFest.gdgaccra.org slash DevFest slash Teams. So that is the platform you can use to get in touch with the speakers. And at this juncture, I would like to acknowledge the organizers who have made this event possible. We have Shadrach, our GDG Accra organizer and our lead. We have Roberta, we have Sims, Echo Sims, myself, Shadrach Odamite, Sosu Alfred, Paul Boama, Raymond, Martha. Indeed, for you to experience all these, we didn't have just one person, we had a whole team making sure that this was possible. I also want to acknowledge the developers who made sure that DevFest Accra 2025, our 15th edition, had a special website which is very interactive. And I believe those who have been on this website, you can attest to the fact that everything over here is very intentionally made. So the developers who made this possible, we have Jikunu Nelson, Benes Owusu, Joshua Amafio, Richard Kweku Akins, Priscilla King, Lois Frimpong, Samuela Manye Aglago, and Michael Ajiman Prempe. So if you're looking for developers to build beautiful websites like this, you can go to the website and reach out to them. We have their LinkedIn and their X also here. We also have the graphic designers and UI UX designers. The session has been about micro interactions. So you can also interact with these UI UX designers. I believe they're also very well known in this industry. We have Esther, Kai, Latte. We have Hamenu, Selassie, Kofi, and Andrews, Kwame Sessa. Thank you very much from the bottom of our hearts, from all of us at GDG Accra. We want to say thank you for making sure that we had this beautiful, beautiful website. And I've just been notified that Ira is back. Ira, if you're back, just jump on the stage and let's pick it up from where we left off. While Ira gets ready, honestly, I have to learn how to pronounce that name. Ira. Is it Iro? Or maybe when she comes, she was going to explain. From this, we will have the very last session. We'll have the very last speaker talking to us. Ira, I believe you are back now.
Yeah, actually, my pronunciation is Iro. Yeah. So
Iro. Yeah,
yeah.
I think that's much better. All right, you
Okay.
can go ahead then.
Yeah. Sorry for the little break. I had to just a little connection. Sorry. So I was talking about the power of micro interactions in web UX.
Hello, Ira, can you hear me? Okay. For whatever reason, this session is not, it's not proceeding, and Ira has frozen all over again, and that is a cause for worry. I really pray that whatever is happening, you'll be able to resolve it quickly and notify us so that we can have you back on before the session ends. So I would like to invite the last speaker on. I'd like to invite the president of Fata School. As you know, Fata is a sponsor of DevFest Accra. And if you already have heard of Fata, you should have, because we have been sending you emails and we have also been posting it on our socials that there is a challenge, a hackathon that is currently ongoing. And if you have not already participated, I think you are already missing out, but it's not too late. You should definitely participate, because next week is not the end of the hackathon. You still have some time. So if you are fast, you should be able to, bypass a lot of the people who are already taking the lead. But it's a pleasure to have the president of Fata School, who is also going to speak to us about the topic of building an AI app to accelerate learning. And I believe that AI app is Fata School. How are you doing today, Jume?
I'm doing very well. How are you doing?
I'm awesome. I'm awesome. Nice to have you once again. We had a session last some few months ago, and you did a deep dive on Fata School, and we are back here again at DevFest Accra. What has changed? What's the feeling like?
Yeah, I'm very excited. This talk is going to be a lot more technical, so I hope you
Okay.
guys are ready, because it's going to be a deep dive on the technical architecture behind Fata, and also I will share some of the technique we use to make to get the best performance out of the AI model that we're using.
All right, go for it then.
All right, let's go. So as I said, this is going to be a two-part presentation. Can you guys see my screen? Not yet, all right? There you go. So in this presentation, we are going to do a technical deep dive into the architecture of Fata, Fata, which is an AI-powered mobile application that accelerates the learning of software development technique. And I will first do a quick presentation of the app. Then I will do a deep dive into the system architecture. And then I will share our strategies for achieving the best performance when working with large language model. All right. Maybe just a quick intro about me. And I've always been passionate about learning and teaching. I studied in France, and I became a professor at Polytech Sorbonne, which is a university in Paris. And then I moved to Canada to work as a developer, then senior developer, then manager, and then director into a number of companies. The last one being Shopify, which is a global leader in e-commerce. So 2 years ago, I co-founded the nonprofit Fata School and the social enterprise Fata Dev. So Fata Dev builds great software to accelerate learning, and Fata School takes this software to accelerate the learning of software development technique for the African population. So today, with tools like ChatGPT, it has never been easier to access any information. However, remembering and reusing that information on the job is still hard, right? Like for us developer, AI makes us so much more productive, right? Or does it? We can definitely write code much faster, but if we are not very careful, we are going to vibe code our way into a wall of technical debt. In fact, properly guiding AI coding assistant requires a broader area of expertise than before, because tools like Cursor and Cloud Code are making it much more likely to go outside of our comfort zone. Backend developers are now expected to be making front-end change and vice versa. So to stay relevant, every developer needs to quickly expand their skill set. But let's be honest, who has the time for learning? So it's to solve this problem that we created Fata, a mobile app that is specifically designed for developers to accelerate their learning of software development technique with only a few minutes of daily practice. You can download Fata by scanning this QR code or by visiting fata.dev. The app has been carefully designed to take advantage of the latest discovery in learning science, with techniques like microlearning, spaced repetition, gamification, and social learning. Folks were talking a bit earlier about Duolingo, so it's kind of the same technique that are put in place in Fata, but specifically for software development. The application is available on Android and iOS, and it works without an internet connection. And if you are in Ghana, I encourage you to enter our challenge for a chance to win one of the 2 laptops that we are giving away as part of DevFest Accra. Just scan the QR code, download the app, go to the reward section, and follow the instruction. Don't wait, because the contest ends on October 27th, so there is only a few weeks left. So going back to my earlier point, in today's work, being able to quickly review code has become an absolutely critical skill. The good news is that by using Fata every day, you will get to be really good at code review. That is because in the typical exercise in the app, we will show you a piece of code that has a bug, and you will have to find the broken line and change it to make it work. So by using Fata, you are literally going to do dozens of mini code review every day. Here is a concrete example of an exercise about CSS grid. The app shows you 2 mini browser windows. There is the goal window on top and the preview window at the bottom. And as you can see, the layout of the preview window is broken. It doesn't match the content of the goal window. So just below those 2 windows in the app, you will find a code editor. And to solve the exercise, you need to change one line of code so that the preview window matches the goal window. This approach of having to change a single line of code is not only mobile friendly, it's also much more realistic. Professional developers rarely write a bunch of code from scratch. Most of the time, we are either looking into an existing code base, trying to find a place that needs to change, or we are reviewing code that has been generated by an AI. So by mimicking real-world situation, Fata makes it much easier to take what we are learning in the app and applying it on the job. So now let's take a deep dive into how the app is built. So I'm first going to walk you through the technical architecture of Fata, and then I will share our strategies for achieving the best performance when working with LLMs. So when making technology and architectural choices, it is always a matter of picking the right trade-off based on what we need to optimize for. So for Fata, we need to optimize for a very small team. For a long time, it was just me. Now we are 2 developers. We need to optimize for being able to ship on iOS, Android, and web. And we need to optimize so that the app works offline as much as possible. Lastly, we want our social learning feature to feel like real time when the user is online. So here are our technical design consideration. So very small team. That means we need to minimize all of the DevOps works, right? We don't want to spend time setting up servers, monitoring them, etc. So we are going to use a serverless platform so that we don't have to do any of that. We want to minimize the amount of code that we have to write and maintain, just 2 of us. So what we are going to do about this, first, we are going to share as much code as possible between iOS, Android, and web. And lastly, we want to leverage open source libraries as much as possible. We're not going to be writing our own code editor, for example. We want to reuse an open source one. Then we need to pick a language that is optimal for AI-assisted coding. Now we have to make this decision intentionally to take the best advantage of the AI technology. So for that means we need to pick a language that is strongly typed so that the AI can get a quick feedback loop and fix itself. And we need to pick a language that is widely used. That means the model that we are going to use are going to be well trained on it. Lastly, we want to use AI to accelerate the creation of content in the app. So if we use AI, then we can cover all of the popular programming language and framework. And we can also make it so that even though learners are going to do a lot of practice, they will almost never see twice the same exercise because we can generate a lot of different variation. So now that we have looked into those different design considerations, let's pick some technology that are going to help us make those optimization. So first, we're going to pick TypeScript as the language, Capacitor.js as the mobile framework, React and Tailwind CSS for the front end. So this way, we can, sorry, my screen is a little too small. This way, we can share code across the backend, mobile, and the web front end. And also, those are all web technologies, which means we can access a vast repository of open source components. Next, we're going to pick Firebase as the serverless platform. It's mature, it's battery included, it's very reliable, and it can also be extended with the entirety of a Google Cloud platform. We're going to use RxDB as an on-device database library because it's fast, it's local first, it enables offline working, and it's reactive NoSQL database, meaning we can have real-time interaction. For complex query, when I bring in Supabase, which will give us access to a relational database that we can connect with the rest of the infrastructure. All right, let's look into a diagram of the system architecture of Fata. So let's start from the mobile application, the mobile client. So in order to make it work offline, we are going to use RxDB. We are going to build the app with Capacitor.js and React, as we can see on this diagram. Authentication is going to be taken care of by Firebase. And we are going to store the assets like files and video into Firebase storage and cache them on the device. all of the data is going to be saved on the device so that the app works offline without an internet connection. To enable users to switch devices without losing their data, whenever the device is online, we're going to replicate the data to the Firestore instance in the cloud. Every time a document is written to Firestore, a cloud function that is going to be triggered to execute our code on the backend. For instance, this is how we generate push notification when someone adds you as a friend in the app, or how we issue some of the badges that you can earn by using the app. To earn a badge, you answer a question. The question creates a document locally in RxDB. This document is then going to be replicated on Firestore. Firestore write is going to trigger a function that is going to analyze your progression, and if you deserve it, it's going to issue you a badge. Replication between the device and Firestore is bidirectional. So when a function writes back to Firestore, that document is going to be replicated back to the device when it is online. This approach enables us to share all of the business logic code that is written in TypeScript between the backend and the mobile frontend. Sometimes we need to run our code for every single user of the app. For instance, when we run migration. Doing this within a single function would be very slow and unreliable. So instead, we use Google Cloud Task. With the Google Cloud Task, we have first a function that just adds tasks to the queue. That function is really fast. For instance, 1 task per user. And when a task is added to the queue, that automatically triggers another function that will actually do the work that is required. With Cloud Task, we can easily control the concurrency level and spread out the work over time. It also makes the architecture much more resilient because tasks can be automatically retried when they fail, for instance, due to a temporary network outage. All right, sometimes we need to issue complex query to the data. For instance, when we are building the leaderboards that you can see in the app. We found that using a relational database for that purpose is much more efficient than a NoSQL database. So we have set up replication between Firestore and Supabase so that when needed, our cloud function can leverage complex SQL queries for faster results. This relational database is also used for all of our analytics and reporting. We've deployed a small Remix app so that teacher can upload content in the app and easily see usage and progress metrics. Creating content manually is very, very time consuming. On average, it takes about 100 hours of work to create 1 hour of online content. So we are deploying an additional set of cloud functions that are triggered from the admin and connect to large language models provider to make it much faster to create new courses in the app. The AI process can take a few minutes to execute. So we are setting up real-time queries between Firestore and the web admin so that users can monitor progress and interact with our AI agent while it is working. To ensure the correctness, we sometimes need to execute the code that has been generated by the AI in a safe environment. So for that purpose, we will use Google Cloud Run to easily create isolated and secure environment. All right, this was the last piece of the puzzle of the architecture. So now you've got a complete picture of the Fata system architecture. I hope this makes sense now that I've broken down into all those steps. And we're going to move to the second part of the presentation, which is going to be a deep dive into our Course Designer AI agent. So I would like to share with you our strategies for achieving the best performance when working with large language model. So going back to the CSS grid exercise, the objective of this exercise is to learn how to use the CSS grid area property, for instance. So to generate an exercise like this, we need to generate first HTML and CSS code that works together and that is using the grid area property. It needs also to generate like a layout that fits on this screen of a mobile device. The code needs to be valid and well formatted. Also, we need to make sure that a single line change will produce a clear visual difference between like the goal and the preview. And we need to also to generate an explanation for the learner. Okay, so there's a lot of things that we need to generate. and we are going to try to use an AI to do that work. I forgot about this. We also need to generate many variations of a similar exercise so that learner, again, don't see twice the same exercise. So let's talk about prompt engineering. As you know, the way a large language model works is you give it a set of instruction in like plain English. That's what we call the prompt. And then we get back a response, which is another text that has been generated from the LLM from the prompt. So the quality of the response will depend heavily on how the prompt is written. So there are a whole bunch of techniques to optimize the prompt. They are called prompt engineering technique. So the most impactful one are assigning a role to the model by starting the prompt with, you are an expert learning designer. Just by doing this, the model is going to think it is an expert and therefore produce better result. Another important technique is to break down the work into step-by-step instruction. So we're going to tell the model, first do this, then do that. So for instance, first generate HTML and CSS code, then generate a broken line, then generate an explanation, etc. So this approach of asking the model to think step by step is also commonly used to improve the model performance. Next, we want to include a few examples of what we are expecting in the prompt. This is called like few-shot prompting, as opposed to zero-shot prompting when you don't provide any example. By providing a few examples, it will make it easier or more likely for the LLM to give us back what we want. And the last key trick is to ask the model to respond in a structured format. So we typically use JSON. So by asking the model to respond with JSON, we are going to constrain the set of response that can be generated. We are going to use a specific schema for the JSON output, and that will again improve the correctness that we get out of this model. So this is what prompt and response look like. So now, once we've put in place all of this strategy, let's assess how good this gen exercise function is on 3 different axes. Correctness, that means how many times can we use the response as is in an exercise in the app without having to like manually tweak it. Speed, how long does it take to generate an exercise? And cost, how much do we have to pay for the model provider per exercise generated? So this is what we get by applying all the prompt engineering technique I just described. Only 60% correctness. That is 40% of the time we will need to manually edit the result to get it a working and relevant exercise out of it. This is not good. On the other hand, it only takes a few seconds to generate dozens of exercises. And it costs only a few cents. This is thanks to Gemini Flash 2.0, which is an amazingly fast and cheap model. So those prompt engineering techniques were not sufficient to get us where we need to. So what we're going to do next is we're going to try another model. We're going to look at reasoning, also called sometimes thinking model. This model will automatically do 2 things. First, they're going to automatically break down the task that we are giving it into reasoning steps, like into smaller steps. And they're going to automatically use an internal scratch pad to write down its thought as it's progressing. And it's going to automatically check its work and explore alternative before giving us the final output. Just by switching from Gemini Flash 2.0 to Gemini Pro 2.5, we get a 20% increase. We're now 80% correct, meaning only 20% of the time do we need to tweak the result that we get back. But speed took a hit. We're now a little slow to generate those response, and it's a little more expensive. It's tolerable, but it's not as good as when we're using Gemini Flash 2.0. So 80% is not good enough. We need to get higher than that. And to further increase the correctness, we are going to split our gen exercise function into 3 separate functions. Those functions are going to be like gen code, gen broken line, and gen explanation. Each one of those functions is going to do its own LLM call, get back a response, and we are going to use the response of the first function to generate the prompt of the second function, etc. This approach of taking the output of one LLM call and feeding it back to another LLM is called prompt chaining, and it can dramatically improve correctness. With prompt chaining, we get up to 95% correctness. That means only 5% of the time do we need to manually intervene. So we are getting somewhere now. But our system is now super slow because instead of making one LLM call, we're making 3. And also it's getting really expensive. So we want to keep looking at making it work though. We don't want to prematurely optimize. Before trying to make it fast or cheap, let's stay focused on making it work better. Let's try to get correctness a little higher. So this is what this next technique is called the evaluator optimizer. What we do is after generating the code, we can automatically detect whether or not the code is correct by running various tests against it. Things like type checking, linting, executing some unit tests, etc. So we can automatically know, for instance, whether or not the code runs. And it's important to understand that fundamentally, LLM are just really good autocomplete system. And so that means they are much more likely to give you back the correct result if you give them a partial answer than if you give them no partial answer. Same idea earlier in prompt engineering with giving example. So now if we detect error, what we can do is feed those back to the LLM, and the LLM is very much likely to be able to fix the error, even though it wrote the bad code in the first place. So what we do is we generate some code, we test that code. If this code produces error, we give those error back to LLM call saying, this code generated this error, please give us a fix. The LLM gives us back some new code, we test it again. If there are some more error, we continue that loop until there is no more error, and then we move to the next step, which is generating a broken line. And we can do the same thing. Like we can automatically test the result to see if it's good or not, and we can loop back, etc., etc. So if we can't fix it after too many attempts, we can just also discard the result. So like if after 5 attempts, we can't, the LLM is unable to fix the code, we can just discard that variation because we are generating many variations of the exercise. When we use this approach, we can get to a system that is guaranteed to produce 100% correct result. I put a little star next to the 100% because, of course, there's going to be bugs in our code. But if I ignore the bugs, assuming our system is well coded, then we can literally get to 100% because if anything is incorrect, it's going to be rejected by our system. So this is great. This is what we wanted to get. However, now it's even slower than before, and it's even more expensive than before because we are doing a lot more LLM calls. But now that we got to something working, we can move to the next step, which is making it faster. It turns out that we actually don't need to always use a slow and expensive thinking model for all those steps. For some steps, we can go back to using the super fast and cheap Gemini 2.0 Flash, while other steps are going to be best served with a hybrid model such as Gemini Flash 2.5. We now have a system that works, that is reasonably fast, and that is cost efficient. By applying all of those techniques, the prompt engineering, the prompt chaining, the evaluator optimizer, we're able to get to a great trade-off in terms of correctness, speed, and cost. That was the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope you all learned something from the technical deep dive into the architecture or from some of the LLM prompting technique I shared. Quick reminder, there is a contest going on where you can win a laptop. So don't forget to install Fata. You can do it by just scanning this code. And then once you got the app installed, you can go to the reward section and follow the instruction. I think we might have some time for question.
Yes, we do. We do have some time for questions. And thank you very much, Jume, for that session and for really breaking it down into now I know exactly how Fata works, and I know what you have also in store for us in order to be better developers as well. I'm seeing a lot of connections actually happening in our YouTube live comments. Some people have already made up their minds to meet up and connect right from LinkedIn up till next week, October 4th, at the in-person DevFest Accra, and that excites me so much because DevFest Accra is all about having networking, healthy networking, having mentorships, and also being able to reach out for support at any point in time whenever you need help in your tech and developer journey. So thank you. We will take questions if you have any questions about how Fata works, or you basically are interested in, how the contest works and how you can win yourself 2 laptops from GDG Accra and Fata School. That is something that you should ask if you are interested. Aklade says great presentation. I have learned a lot. Okay, so thank you very much, Jume. I'm still waiting. Do we have questions? Okay, if you want to connect with Jume and the rest of the other speakers, you can still go to the DevFest Accra website. We have all the speakers over there. Their LinkedIn, their X is all over on the website. So kindly take your time and go through the speakers and connect with them, especially for the in-person speakers that we are having next week. All of them are right on the website, so do check them out and connect with them before the event. Actually, that's what helps me. If you want to make better connections, you connect with the speakers before so that you have something to anticipate and a right question to ask before you meet them in person. That way they would always remember you. So do we have any questions? No, we don't. Okay. Thank you very much, Jume. See you next week in person at DevFest Accra, and the follow-up presentation for the winner of the contest of the Fata School app. Thank you very much, Jume, for your time.
Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay. So we will have a period of time to for Iro to wrap up her session. She's back. Welcome back, Iro. And we have about 10 minutes to wrap up your session. So please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, so I was talking about the types of micro interactions. I mentioned the over and click effect. The next is notifications, where messages come in, when user is trying to do something, the alert notifications and all. Input feedback, when they put in, let's say they are trying to put in email and the email is incorrect. So they get the feedback that this actual field value that they've imputed is incorrect, and as well as system status indicators and visual storytelling. That's all on types of micro interactions. So the best practices for designing micro interactions: one, keep them purposeful, not decorative. You don't need to do a lot of decorations on the buttons. All you just need to do is, why is this button here? Make it purposeful. Why is this button here? What should user expect when they click this button? Ensure speed. Ensure that when user is trying to over on a particular button or a particular action, they get quick response. Consistent with brand personality. Ensure that whatever you're designing and the micro interactions you're trying to integrate has the brand personality in mind. Attention to accessibility and delight without distracting. When you don't have a lot of decorations here and there, the users are not distracted as to why they are on the platform, because we need to ensure that we keep it purposeful enough to ensure that the user knows what they want. If I'm coming to your website and let's say the website is like a logistic company, the expectation is the user is able to sign up and do delivery. So the website is not supposed to be too busy enough to distract the user from the main mission of the website itself. This is an example. I wrote this in the CodeWise form. This is like an example of how you should, put in mind when you're trying to do like a micro interaction. You have a button here, and you're giving a instance onto, okay, I click on this button. If the button is liked, then I want this reaction. If it's not liked, I want it to be in white reaction. As little as this condition, it is micro interaction. At the end of the day, the details aren't small, they are the whole gist. We look at micro interaction as being small or little, but they are really the main gist of the website. When I'm coming to your website, I need to ensure that when I click a button, the button works as it should. When I do a particular action, I get the response I'm supposed to get from the action I actually did. That's a quick feedback for me. So this actual quote is inspired by Charles Haynes. Thank you very much. Any question for me? Any question relating to micro interaction? Okay, yes.
Okay, I believe you cannot hear me now. Iro, can you
Yeah.
hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much for that session. At this juncture, if you have any questions, for those who have some questions and couldn't ask, she's now here. Sally is asking, how do you make sure micro interactions enhance UX without being distracting? I think you touched a bit on that, but if you can just have a deep dive on that.
Okay, what I mean by creating a micro interaction and you don't have to make it distracting is, let's use as simple as a button, right? The interaction a user is expecting when they hover on a button, let's say the button is a particular color, let's use blue. If I hover on the button, I'm supposed to get a different color so that I know that I am currently on this button and this button is expecting an action. The action the button is expecting is my click, right? So in that way, it's as little as that, but not when I hover on the button and it's doing a lot of animations that is more than just an over. I get distracted from clicking and I start focusing on the animation that's happening on the button. So in as much as we want to do micro interactions, we need to put it in mind that we need to make the button simple as it is. The over button, the over effect works as it should, but it shouldn't get distracting enough to make users forget the main mission why they have that button there. Because the mission of the button or the purpose of the button is to click it. If I get distracted from clicking it, you've not allowed me to experience the website you created. So that's why you need to ensure that you do it as simple as it is and user clicks on the button, but you need to give them a feedback that they are currently on the button, and that's why the over effect is there.
Okay, thank you very much for that. How long would it take to understand it more? Jacob is asking, how long would it take to understand it more? I don't understand that question. Do you understand that question, Iro?
Okay, so if I am clear, I think it's asking how long it would take him to understand the micro interactions. So what you need to
Okay.
put in mind when it comes to understanding micro interaction is see yourself as a user, right? And when you are a user, you're designing a website, you need to put yourself in the user's perspective. If I am on this website, how would you want to do this website to interact with you? Because the user is interacting with the website. So if I'm on this website, how do I want the user to interact with me? If you have that mindset of a user, you will design the website with the user's perspective, and at the end, it's going to give the user feel and experience that you want the user to have. So I'm on a button, I'm on a link. What should I experience? In that way, you get it done, and you just have to read more. My slide is open for anyone to click and understand it better. I've given insight as to the types of micro interactions you need to work on. So if you go through them again, because it's not just a one-off session, that's why there is a slide for you to go back to and understand what I've explained here. When you go back, you have understanding of what the micro interaction is. And when you're designing a website, this time around, you're designing with knowledge, because you already understand what micro interaction is, and you'll be able to build your website better for good user experience.
Absolutely, absolutely. I hope that answers your question, Jacob. Thank you very much. Code What You Mean says, Hero, thank you for finishing strong. And I believe that is something that resonates with all of us here at
Yeah.
GDG Accra. Thank you for your session. And we have learned a lot. And how will we be able to connect with you on LinkedIn?
Yes, on LinkedIn, Hero Nkechi Omolola, Instagram, but majorly for professional conversations, I do LinkedIn. Hero Nkechi
Okay.
Omolola. Yeah.
All right, all right. Thank you very much for your time, and
Thank
yeah,
you.
see you later. So
Bye.
this, bye. So this is how we wrap up business at DevFest Accra 2025. All the speakers profiles, how you can contact them, and all that have been outlined on the website, the devfest.gdgr.org website, which is scrolling down in the presentation, as you can see in the blue. You said visit devfest.gdgr.org, and that is how we wrap up business. We have learned a lot about how to build AI agents. We've learned about how to build the right mindset as people or young people who have access to AI and cloud, how to make sure that it's safe, secure, scalable. We have talked about human-centered leadership. We have also spoken about building autonomous AI on Google Cloud. We have had a very hands-on conversation about how Fata School app was built by the president of the Fata School himself, Jume, who is also giving out laptops to our lovely community once you take part in the contest, which has been shared on our socials and also has been shared in your emails. So if you're not yet part of the email list, you should definitely register right on defest.gdgacra.org, the same website that you were able to register for this event. You would find the button that says join in, and you would be in on the emails that we send out. Usually we send email communications first. So if you have access to our emails, you have access to all the goodies. So make sure that you are part of our email list by joining in on the official GDGR website. Also, like we said, that our sponsors, Clever, has promised us that once you join the in-person events on October 4th, at ISA Conference Hall, University of Ghana, they have goodies for you. They have t-shirts, they have some tote bags, and even USDs. Once you register and you use the code GDG Accra on the registration link, yeah, you would have access to a lot of them. So we just want to acknowledge all our sponsors. We have Mest Africa, we have Fata School, we have Clever, and we have Amalitech, who have always been a big supporter of DevFest Accra. We want to say a very big thank you to you for making this DevFest Accra possible as well. Your support has been tremendous, and you have been phenomenal for us. We also want to acknowledge all the speakers who have been with us for this virtual event. We have had speakers from Carlos Mota, Mustafa Adekunle, Dr. Chichi Efia Udesh Udakuma, Udayakuma, Ibrahim Halidu Iro, Inkechi Omolola, Elvis Kwabna, Asare Nkrumah, Jume Salvetti. Thank you so very much for making time and for sharing a bit of your insights and your wisdom with us. And thank you for also opening up doors for us to also get access to your slides and for us to connect with you and learn from you as well. We also want to acknowledge all the partners of GDG Accra. We have Spinus Women Tech Makers Accra. Women Tech Makers Accra is a huge partner of DevFest Accra. So thank you very much. We have Nita, we have Beaver AI, my very own startup. We have Fata Ghana, Studentspreneur Africa, Icon Photography. We have Uncut Lofts, Deduce Photography, Credo Morella Designs. Thank you for partnering with DevFest Accra. Thank you for the time. Thank you for the support. The QR code is currently on your screen. Make sure that you scan the QR code and join the GDG Accra family. It's a lovely family. We're all here to learn, support with each support, connect on projects, and make sure that we are enjoying our time as young people who have access to AI and cloud. The theme has been building safe, secure, scalable solutions with AI and cloud. And as you realize, we have a very beautiful song that was DJed by myself. So thank you very much. Like you said, it's going to be available on Spotify, okay? It's going to be available on Spotify for you to download. And yeah, just make your trending videos, TikTok videos, Instagram reels. Just send it to us, tag us at GDG Accra, hashtag DevFest Accra. Saturday, we are coming with DevFest Jollof. So make sure that you come on time, exactly 8 a.m. prompt. The registrations begin and then we start, and yeah, it's gonna be fun. You don't have to miss it. Tell a friend to tell a friend, and if you haven't been able to register so far, I'm sorry you're going to miss it, but this is going to be our anniversary DevFest Accra and we are so excited. So do join us next week and continue to stay with us. Follow us on LinkedIn, Instagram, X, subscribe to our YouTube channel. And my name has been Akwele Abena Okai, Partnership Lead Associate at GDG Accra, as well as Women Tech Makers Ambassador. Connect with me on LinkedIn. Let's get a conversation rolling. Have a lovely evening. Bye.
We're running deep, safe, secure, scalable, that's how we go. Fast with the flow, powered by the code. Cloud in the sky, eye in the soul. We build the future, we in control. Uplift the team, write the dream. Systems tight and lightning clean. Test, release, repeat, improve. Tech so strong, we always groove. Hands up high for every dev. Writing scripts from the crowd to the rest. From idea to launch, we make it loud. AI plus cloud, we make Ghana proud. Oh. Write the dream, systems tight and lightning clean. Test, release, repeat, improve. Tech so strong, we always groove. Hands up high for every dev. Writing scripts from the crowd to the rest. From idea to launch, we make it loud. AI plus cloud, we make Ghana proud. We build it safe, we build it strong. AI and clouds, we move along. Road so clean, the future's near. Scaling dreams, no doubt, no fear. Big deploy, we on the rise. Innovation in our eyes. Security locked, we never sleep. Scaling heights, we're running deep. Safe, secure, scalable, that's how we go. Fast with the flow, powered by the code. Cloud in the sky, eye in the soul. We build the future, we in control. Uplift the theme, write the dream. Systems tight and lightning clean. Test, release, repeat, improve. proud. Build it safe, we build it strong. AI and clouds, we move along. Code so clean, the future's near. Scaling dreams, no doubt, no fear. Click deploy, we on the rise. Innovation in our eyes. Security locked, we never sleep. Scaling heights, we're running deep. Safe, secure, scalable, that's how we go. Fast with the flow, powered by the code. Cloud in the sky, eye in the soul. We build the future, we in control. Uplift the team, write the dream. Systems tight and lightning clean. Test, release, repeat, improve. Tech so strong, we always groove. Hands up high for every dev. Writing scripts from the crowd to the rest. From idea to launch, we make it loud. AI plus cloud, we make Ghana proud. Oh. We built it, Ghana proud. We make Ghana proud. We build the future. Lift the team, write the dream. Systems tight and lightning clean. Test, release, repeat, improve. Tech so strong, we always groove. Hands up high for every dev. Writing scripts from the crowd to the rest. From idea to launch, we make it loud. AI plus cloud, we make Ghana proud.